2-minute warning. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-11 to order. The invocation will be provided by Pastor Ken Delgado of the House Church, and Councilman Kenny Johnson will be leading us with the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Pastor Mark Miller sends his regards. He is recovering. And so we pray God's blessing on his body and continued recovery. Amen. So we join hearts. I'm reading from George Washington, our first president of the United States during this 250-year celebration. Let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. Father, as we come to you in the power of Jesus' name, we thank you that you placed in each person the DNA of morality, that it's not just something that's made up in humans' minds, but it's something that's ingrained in us by your Spirit. And today, Father, we call on the name of Jesus, and that you would put your Holy Spirit's wisdom inside each and every heart, and that your glory would be revealed. We thank you for the people that you have placed in authority, executing judgment in the affairs of this great city of Palm Bay. We ask that your wisdom would prevail, that your Holy Spirit would turn every heart in the direction that you want.
Yes, Lord.
That, Father, that we will put aside personal gain. We will put aside politics, and that we would have at heart people, even as you had in your heart a desire to rescue, touch, help, sustain, heal people. So thank you, Father, for the blessing on this great city, on its employees, on those who lead. Thank you that you continue to bless them financially, that you multiply what they can do with what they have, even as you multiplied the loaves and the fishes. I say, Father, multiplying what the monies can do.
Thank you.
So that every need is met, and we can say it's the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our sight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please turn and first face. Oh, I can't even talk. Face the flag. Let's go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
Ms. Leffler, roll call.
Mayor Medina.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor, announcements?
Yes, Mayor. We have two terms expiring on the Sustainability Advisory Board. These represent at-large positions. Anyone wish to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. We're now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have two agenda revisions. This evening, a late travel request came for the IT department. It has been added as item 3 under new business. Secondly, a request for council discussion of a business collaboration center within City Hall has been added as item 1 under administrative and legal reports.
Thank you, sir. Madam Smith, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Councilman, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Seeing none, we're now on proclamations and recognitions. First one up is Month of Military Child. Hoorah. So I'm going to ask Michelle Owen Blackwood to come on up, and Garen and Kim Cohn. And anyone associated with the Month of Military Child. Come on up here, guys. Thank you. So, Month of Military Child, April 2026, it is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth that we call Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas AVET Project Incorporated, an all-volunteer 501c3 nonprofit organization, is requesting that the state and local governments, schools, military service organizations, companies, and private citizens join them nationally in recognizing and applauding and commending the daily sacrifices and courage of the military child and what they have to overcome. By celebrating April as the month of the military child, which is a part of former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger's, wow, that's back in the 80s. Yeah, I served under that guy. Legacy 3, yes, sir. Thanks for reminding me. For those of you that missed it, he just said I was old. But I understand I've been blessed because I look very young. Don't look my age. Glory to God. Thank you, Jesus. Which is, and I have back talk over that too. Which is a part of former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger's legacy through the Department of Defense commemoration in 1986. And whereas more than 1.6 million military children face unique challenges as a result of their parents' service to our nation. While their families serve around the world, often for months or even years, we must not forget our youngest warrior, the military child, who serves just as their parents do. Let us recognize the sacrifices and the hardships they endure and encourage Americans everywhere to find meaningful ways to support and uplift those children. And whereas the military child plays a vital role in our country's service, in addition to living with the uncertainty and the worry of their parents, they often take on added family responsibilities, stepping up as part of a team while their loved one is out serving. Whether deployed, abroad, or serving close to home, whereas on average, military families relocate every 2 to 3 years, moving from one duty station to another, even and often across state lines or even overseas. These frequent moves make transitioning from school to school so challenging, having to repeatedly make new friends while saying goodbye to old ones. Far too often, birthdays, holidays, and other significant life milestones are celebrated via the telephone. And whereas events honoring military children and administrators and principals are urged to incorporate this month's theme into their daily duties, activities, and responsibilities. These efforts help reinforce the importance of providing high-quality services and support that enable children to thrive within the mobile military lifestyle. You know, I'm often reminded of the child that's so uncertain about their parents when they are serving abroad. And today is such a time. Our nation is at war while we're just going by our day-to-day exercises. So thank you. This is so fitting. And yes, I do get emotional. Whereas the month of the military child provides an opportunity for all Americans to recognize and honor the dedication and the resilience of our youngest warriors. So apropos, the military child. Take action to show your support by donating or volunteering. Another meaningful way to celebrate the military child is by wearing purple throughout the month of April, as purple highlights all branches of service. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as the month of the military child in the City of Palm Bay, and urge all our citizens to recognize and honor the contribution of military children and youth, and to commit in supporting for their well-being through quality care, positive youth development. The month of the military child calls upon individual citizens, government agency, churches, civic organizations in the City of Palm Bay to observe this month through meaningful programs, through ceremonies and activities that bring this mission and vision to life. I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the City of the Palm Bay to be affixed this second day of April 2026. Come on forward. Who is going to speak? Is it you, ma'am, or the Combs?
You got me.
Mr.
Sorry,
Combs.
sorry. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Garen.
Members of the council,
Thank you.
people of Palm Bay,
Come on over here.
people of Palm Bay, I want to say thank you on behalf of all the brave men and women we serve and their children, because it is Month of the Military Child, for this level of support. And I do pray that each of you leaves here tonight with a renewed understanding of the sacrifices our military families make, in particular the children. That's why this month has been set aside and recognized by such distinguished people as you, Mr. Mayor. A Marine, by the way. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. In Palm Bay, there's 10,000 veterans or so. In all of Brevard, there's only 70,000. So you got a big veteran population here, meaning there's a lot of veteran kids too, and active duty. On our board, we have 3 members that live here in Palm Bay. So we're invested in this community, and it's just really special to get this proclamation so that we can share with the rest of the world. And thank you again very much.
No, Mr. Garen?
Yes.
I remember you would do programs right at Patrick Space Force Base. Are you still partnering with them at this time? Or no?
Yes, as a matter of fact, just recently, the 920th Rescue Wing, which is forward deployed and has been multiple times over all these different operations, but even as we speak right now, they had a big family day, which means there's some 2,000 people that show up to Patrick Space Force Base to just enjoy a day of fun and food and activities. And of course, AVET Project was there to lend our assistance and cook. It's a lot of mouths to feed, but we had a blast, and we stay active with that. We do PR&R retreats for returning combat vets and other veterans, even active duty folks. So we're really involved, and I would just urge anybody that's interested, as he said, to get involved in volunteering. We're all volunteers. Nobody gets a paycheck. So this is about what comes from the heart that you want to put out to our military, which without our military, he and I both know we've both served, and I'm sure, how many people serve in here? How many veterans we got? God bless you all. God bless you all. It's like 1% of us have. So we got to convey this type of message to the rest of the world, that they don't have, the rest of the country, that they don't have the freedoms that we do without the sacrifices that are made.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
That was payback, you're right.
You're going to try to get the whole team.
Right on. Thank you again. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, we got the same ball. Twice today already.
Thanks again, everybody.
So next up, we have Water Conservation Month. I know we're all saving water. Come on up, Cecilia. Who is this young man?
This is Bob Sprinkle.
Hey, Bobby Sprinkle in the house. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth we call Palm Bay, whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature. And whereas clean, safe, and reliable water resources and supplies are vital to the city of Palm Bay's economy, environment, and our people. And whereas the state of Florida, water management districts, and the city of Palm Bay are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. Whereas the city of Palm Bay and the state of Florida have designated April, typically a dry month, where water demands are most acute, as Water Conservation Month, to educate our citizens on how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas each citizen of our city is called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues by getting to know their water utility. Every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And whereas the Palm Bay Utilities Department is committed to setting a good example for its citizens regarding water conservation and has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events. And whereas leak prevention is commonly thought to be the first step of serving or conserving water, the Palm Bay Utilities Department will encourage its citizens and businesses to evaluate their irrigation systems for potential efficiency enhancement. Now, therefore, and besides that, fill up your tubs, don't use that much water, brush your teeth, take showers, but don't let the shower run. Most people let the shower run, let the water get hot. Let's conserve water. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor, and I'm just throwing those things out. Now, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Water Conservation Month, and call upon each citizen and businesses of Palm Bay for this, the 28th year of Water Conservation Month, to help and protect our most precious resource by practicing water-saving measures, checking for leaks, and becoming more aware of the need to save water. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this second day of April. Come on up, Cecilia. Or is Bobby Sprinkle going to be saying a few words?
Fortunately, it's me this
okay,
time.
copy that. Here you go,
Thank
man.
you very much, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Celia Killen, and I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Palm Bay Utilities Department. On behalf of everyone at our department, I would like to express our gratitude once again for recognizing April as Water Conservation Month. Living in Palm Bay and being constantly surrounded by large bodies of water, it's really, really easy for us to forget the value of clean, fresh drinking water and the availability of it when we turn on the tap. Every year, our department challenges our community members to practice water conservation as part of your daily routines. They're really simple things, just like the mayor just said, cutting your shower time in half, turning off the faucet while you're brushing your teeth, checking your toilets and sinks for leaks, and following your lawn irrigation regulations. Beginning education on topics like water conservation early is vital for our youth and in securing a sustainably grounded and environmentally conscious future for our city. And so this year, we would like to kick off Water Conservation Month by honoring our local winners of our annual Drop Savers poster contest.
Yeah, come on, give it up. Yeah.
This contest is held by the Florida section of the American Water Works Association. And so in February and March, the Utilities Department received so many creative poster submissions from local students promoting water conservation. After careful review, we selected winners from each age group and submitted their artwork to the FSA WWA to represent the city of Palm Bay's immensely talented students. Tonight, we are so proud to recognize our award-winning individuals for their outstanding contributions to raising awareness for water conservation. Each winner is going to receive a certificate of achievement as well as a gift bag containing a gift card and some conservation-related items and Utilities Department swag. So up first, I would like to welcome up our Division I winner, Mia H. from Riviera Elementary School. Here's your award. And here are all your goodies.
Stay right here, buddy.
All right, congratulations, Mia.
Mia, stay right here.
And then next up, I would like to welcome our Division II winner, Miley G. from Odyssey Charter School.
Come on, Miley G.
Here is your award. Let's see. These bags. Here's this for you. And then next is our Division III winner, Anthony D., also from Riviera Elementary School. Here's your bag, good job. And then last, but certainly not least, is our Division IV winner, Camila O., who is homeschooled. So each of these students submitted some amazing art, which you can see on the PowerPoints here, and we'd really like to thank them for their time and dedication. Congratulations to you guys again, and happy Water Conservation Month.
We're gonna go around Bobby Sprinkles over there, and we're gonna take a picture. Come on over. Maya, come over here. You're the shortest one here. Okay, you come over here. Go on that side, over there. Go with Bobby. Anthony, come over here.
Deputy Mayor and Council.
You can show your certificate. Yeah, Anthony.
Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, ready to go. Shake the hand. You're all going to shake that hand. Shake hands with him. Way to go, Bobby Sprinkles. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Okay. All right, we are now on public comments. Deputy Mayor.
Debbie Braccoloni.
Good evening, gentlemen. Debbie Broccoloni, 1821 Agora Circle, Palm Bay, Florida. For 6 months, I have asked someone to ride the bus with me. I got yes to death and nothing. I asked for phone calls and nothing. I have texted an email about per diem, per mile, or per loop, and have received nothing. The reason I asked for this information is because for the TPO members, I emailed you a conversation that I had with the director, where he admits he's telling a bus to wait. So that means they're skipping a loop, which I don't know how we're paying them, but we are paying for a service that we are not fully getting. This doesn't affect me as much as it would affect Miss Evelyn, God rest her soul, who was getting dialysis 3 times a week and required bus transportation. This also, or Mr. Jenkins, when he gets on the bus and his scooter wheel falls off. These people are waiting over an hour and a half every time a bus doesn't run. And when I got called out at the meeting, the director turned around and acted like he didn't know what you were talking about. That is why I emailed the conversation, and whether you bring it up at the next TPO meeting or not is on you, but now you are all aware that we have buses. The last council meeting, I sent Mr. Johnson a picture because on the transportation app, it shows a little bus that goes around. Bus never came. I wound up walking home, which is fine. But you are leaving Palm Bay citizens behind. And it's not about the rich, it's about our poorest citizens. The people on the dialysis, that people, the only way they can get to and from are buses. So again, if you guys want to handle this, that's on you. But you now are aware of a situation that we are paying for and we are not getting the full service. Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to respond.
Councilman Johnson, I know that you were mentioned.
Yes.
So carry on, I'll let you respond, and after, sir,
Yep.
once you conclude, Councilman Hammer.
Okay.
will respond.
And thank you, ma'am. And just to know, my heart went out for you earlier today. I saw you on Babcock waiting for the bus with no bus shelter, no nothing. I saw you, and I understand, and I'm with you. Myself and a few others, specifically my younger son who comes here sometimes for council meeting, we're going to meet with Ms. Georgiana Gillette because something has to give. You go everywhere else, and it's not even just a porous situation. It's everybody. If you go up to New York or the DMV, the millionaires and the ones who are homeless are taking public transit. And that's where I want to make sure council and everybody in the audience in the city has an open mind of not looking to get cars from point A to point B, but getting people from point A to point B. Because when we have that type of mindset, then we're open to looking at things such as bus transportation or metro, and to your point, making sure that it's optimized. So what I'm saying, I will
this
talk,
is not an
yeah, I'll
hour.
talk with you after the meeting if you're still here. Otherwise, please, okay, yes, ma'am. But it's not on deaf ears. Council hears you. Councilman Hammer's about to respond as well, but it's definitely not on deaf ears, ma'am.
Councilman Hammer?
Just so the rest of council knows, I did bring this up in our last TPO meeting. I discussed her situation directly. I mentioned her being left at a bus stop, not having a place to go. These buses need to come on time. There was another time she waited an hour and a half. I have started a chain with the people involved, and I have my questions ready for our next TPO meeting. I did receive your email today when I sat down here, so I will add her questions in for our next TPO meeting. I have our MPO meeting, where the one that's in Orlando that brings the information back to our TPO. I have that on Friday, so I'll be able to possibly get some answers once I get back.
My area of concern is the medical component to it, because it's my understanding that they do typically have, those are direct transportations. She mentioned, and I know that they addressed, I was at the last TPO meeting when you did bring this up, And I know they addressed some of those issues where it was a medical necessity, and they do cater to appointments. So there's a direct line where they go to the house to pick them up, and they transport them for medical attention. All right, so does that conclude your comments, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, next speaker, Doug Hook.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just got 4 quick topics I wanted to touch on tonight. First off, I was kind of hoping Bobby Sprinkles was going to hang around. I was going to ask him where he got his shirt from. I would gladly wear one of those around if I could get my hands on one of those. Second off, I wanted to reiterate what the Deputy Mayor said. We do have 2 at-large positions for the Sustainability Advisory Board. Definitely looking to get those filled, but I'd also like to plant a little seed, pun intended, in a couple of councilmen's heads that if we do have an overabundance of applications, kind of like I made a pitch last time, we do actually have 4 board positions open right now. We have 2 that are available to be nominated by councilmen, and then we have the 2 at-large positions as well. The third thing that I wanted to talk about, not only is April Water Conservation Month, the U.S. Senate actually just recently recognized April as National Plant Month, or National Native Plant Month as well. So if anybody's interested in learning about native plants, the Conradina chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society will be having a meeting, not the next Monday, but the following Monday, second Monday of the month. And we'll gladly teach you whatever you would like to know about native plants. And the fourth thing that I wanted to talk about is April's a busy month. Not only is Earth Day on the April 22nd, which is when our Sustainability Board meeting is going to happen, April 10th is also Gopher Tortoise Day. And April 10th happens to also be Treats, Beats, and Eats, which has taking place at the city, here at City Hall, sorry. And Public Works has given me the opportunity to sit down with them at their booth at Treats, Beats, and Eats, and I'm going to bring some coloring pages for gopher tortoises, some information pages about gopher tortoises, because what better way to celebrate Gopher Tortoise Day than trying to bring some awareness and some education to the city of Palm Bay on it. So if anybody would like to join us at Treats, Beats, and Eats on April 10th, if you've seen me there, I'll be wearing one of my loud, colorful shirts as always, and I will gladly talk some native plants, some gopher tortoises, whatever kind of sustainability stuff anybody's interested in, we'll have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, Council. Robert Stice, 1796 Windbrook Drive, Southeast Palm Bay. I want to talk to what I see as a gap real quick with coverage by the police department. We have, according to DeSantis the other night, 23 million people in Palm Bay. If just 15% of them, and I think the number is incorrect, 15% of them are not good people, good guys, that's 3,450,000. Now, I know a lot of people on e-bikes and e-scooters and everything else. There's a lot of good kids on there, but there's kids and adults as well. We do not have the ability to maintain people on e-bikes. Okay, a cop on a bicycle is not going to help, and driving a black and white is not going to help. We had somebody dispatched in our neighborhood on Easterwood a few days back, and the officer stated that he's not going to chase him because somebody will get hurt. My solution was, potential solution I'd like you to consider on a possible agenda, whether it was Jersey City 100 years ago when I was there, in the big alleys, and back in Colorado, police were on 190, 195 Honda dirt bikes, and they're very, very beneficial. If you've got to go in the compound, if you've got to go around hospital locations that's got heavy vegetation or brush or what have you, gives you the ability to monitor what people are doing on e-bikes, and not everybody is a good citizen who's on an e-bike. I saw a fool about a week ago behind me on Bayside Lakes popping wheelies on an e-bike, going down the street. So how do you close that gap and provide that extended security? I would ask you to please consider it. Doesn't seem real important, but trust me, it is. So again, if you give that due consideration. Eden on Bayside. So I don't have the exact numbers, but if you put 450 homes in there, times 2 vehicles per home, it's a lot of homes. Times 2.8 people per home, that's another 900 people. Now, the developer is going to go in there and talk about traffic study. This is a traffic study done by the city of Palm Bay. And they talk about what a hazard and a danger it is beyond just north of Summerfield in that L-shaped curve. It's not a 90-degree, it's even worse, it's L-shaped. And more people today, how many people have you seen with a cell phone in one hand and the other hand's on the steering wheel? We just had somebody hit our mailbox across the street from me for the 4th time. This is dangerous. We're already bursting at the seams, okay? This is not Port Malabar. We're not going away. We're 2,500 of your constituents here. And we're standing up. We're going to be uniform on this. So this infrastructure is not going to improve. This is going to be coming up. Please take a real solid focus on that. Thank you very much, and thank you all for what you do.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I've got 3 items to address under public comments. The first one, probably the most important one. Welcome aboard, Chief. The stars look good on you. Second comment was, I went through this agenda packet and I looked very hard trying to find something that I could pull to discuss with the city council, and I had a very hard time, but I did not give up the mission and I found something. So you're gonna succeed, but it was I had a very hard time. Last item was, person before me was talking about the e-bikes. I've been here long enough. When Bombardier first came into the city of Palm Bay, we had the ATVers that were running up and tearing up the entire countryside. And Bombardier donated several ATVs to the city of Palm Bay. I know I've been here a long time. Those are probably 20 years old by now, if they're even still running. But at the time when they presented them to the city, my comment to the police department was, it's pretty hard to catch them on the ATVs when you're leading the pack. All right, so, because that's what we saw out there. I was passed on, when I was on horseback, they passed me. Okay, so with that being said, Chief, welcome aboard. Looks good on you.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast. This weekend, all over the world, people will be celebrating Easter. The epitaph that Benjamin Franklin wrote said this: the body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gliding, lies here, food for worms. But the work shall not be lost, for it will be, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more perfect edition. We're celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The fact that he died is a statement that sin has been paid for. In that he rose again, it makes a declaration that there is a gift for anyone and all who believe in him, a gift of salvation. And in that he was resurrected, it decrees and declares that sin has been paid for and there will be a time hereafter. Benjamin Franklin simply said, at that time, when we all go, there will be a new body. There'll be an upgraded body, 2.0, perfect, living in harmony with the Creator of all. So in this Easter, we celebrate the gift of love that was shown in Jesus Christ. As it says, whosoever believes in him will not perish but have everlasting life. For he did not come to condemn the world, but that through him the world would be saved. And I'm here to testify that had it not been for Jesus, I'd be a mess. Divorced and reproducing the divorce that I experienced with my parents and my wife with her parents. So celebrating this Easter, go to church, celebrate with the people. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Connie McClary.
There she is.
Connie McClary, 2245 Northview Street, Northeast Palm Bay, Florida. First of all, I want to thank y'all for getting some comfortable chairs up in here. Second, Second, I want to thank y'all for a great change of command ceremony today. And Chief Spears, I got to get used to calling you Chief. I'm so used to calling you Deputy Spears, Chief Spears. But congratulations, and I look forward to working with you. Y'all, please do something about Malabar Road. Please. All that building going on out there, I was looking at how much they don't build out there, and it's still a two-lane road. So I hope y'all do have something planned for the widen that road in the future, and hopefully soon. But I want to address some stuff going on in power in the community. In the Florida Avenue roundabout, when we did the walkthrough, that they dumping, they had dumped the concrete there. They got about 30 tires there. If there any way in and no dumping, they can maybe put up some no dumping signs in that area. So if they get caught dumping, they could get fined for it. And also, the abandoned house on the corner of Florida Avenue and Northview Street, it was supposed to be in the process of being demolished. If there anything, maybe I can get some update on that. And also at 2295 Washington Street, where old Clio used to be, from what I hear, it's supposed to be a restaurant going in there. And I'm like, a restaurant? I don't know if it's zoned for a restaurant or not. And I know it was some work being done on there, and check to see whether permit pulled, and whether no permit pulled. I think the city sent somebody out to stop them from working on that and everything. So if I could get an update on that, if is a restaurant going in there. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Mr. Morton? You took, would you know about a restaurant?
I do not. I don't know
Okay.
about a restaurant. We can definitely look at the no dumping signs. I
Okay.
can't remember if that was the Melbourne side or the Palm Bay side. I think that was in Palm Bay right there. Yeah, we had two. So that should be an easy one.
Okay.
But we can have staff follow up about the code issue and the U Street demolition. Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. McCleary.
Thank you. Next speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Shane Downing.
Shane Downing, 499 Brickell Street. I just want to start off by thanking every single one of you, mayor, council, for being a part of this, donating your time, and looking out for the people of Palm Bay, trying to make this a better place. I'm here to speak about some injustice that I'm currently dealing with. I purchased some property about 3.5 years ago at 1305 Elliott Street. I bought the property under clauses that I was going to be allowed to access this property from unimproved Elliott Street without requiring me to improve that road. I have a letter from city council, from the city manager, plus the city engineer, our deputy chief city manager, and I had this fully, given to me at my time of purchase. I have email chain that shows the seller's agent who sold me this property reconfirm with the city manager that this is going to be able to access the property as below, as stated for this letter that I have. I have the city minutes as well from that meeting on December 21st, 2021, that clearly states that I am allowed to, they all voted on option B, allow property owners to build driveways connecting to a dirt road. This would allow building on existing dirt roads. I've gone deep into the plat book, and I've seen that this road is clearly plotted in all of your city maps as a road. It is a street. Another thing that I've looked into is that I know that it is illegal and impossible for a road to be, or a address to be given an address if it's just a trail. The city is telling me this is a trail, that is not a road. Once again, I can't specify enough. This was clearly told that I was going to be able to access it without improving it. The city is holding me hostage and telling me I need to build a $175,000 road, or I can't get a building permit. This has been 3.5 years. I've been extremely nice. I'm on the record on my phone, on phone calls, emails. I have put my heart out. I'm just trying to start a family for me and my wife, my father. I'm born and raised right here in Brevard County. He's born and raised right here in Brevard County. We're not from out of state. We are locals to this area. And I just feel that I'm extreme injustice, and I would just love to know what type of legal backing the city is coming up with to void an official city letter that was given to me at my time of purchase and per the minutes. There's also some additional funky stuff going on. When you look at my property, there is an easement that kind of basically ends at my property, and it is labeled Outlook Court. After talking to Joe Hale and talking to the deputy of Public Works, they all confirmed that Outlook Court is not a road, it is an easement, but there's 3 houses on this road that have Outlook Court as an address. The city, oh, we don't know how that happened, that was before our time, we don't know how they even pulled permits. There's so many gray areas going on with this, and the amount of hardship that this has caused me and my wife is, I don't even have words, I could break down crying right now because the hardship is just on a whole nother level. You know, I'm a young professional, I work at L3 Harris, and unfortunately, I've told a lot of people my story, and it's not a good look on the city. No one understands how this could happen when this was already vetted.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone so much. Thank you.
Mr. Morton, is it possible for you to look into this, or have you looked into this? And he mentioned legal as well, so.
Yes, I know staff has looked into this. We can at least get, I don't know if Patricia wants to weigh in, if they've looked at it, I'm not sure. This, again, is several years old. I think Jason might be the most conversant in where we're at and what the clarifications are from the city standpoint at this point in time.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Deputy
sir.
City Manager. We have asked legal to review the findings of staff. That is just occurring. I think that occurred this week.
Oh, just now? This
Well,
came to your
there was a
attention?
previous review, but there isn't notes from that review from legal. So staff has met with Mr. Downing several times.
Okay.
We understand the concern. There is a definition of there's a policy that includes the definition of a paper road. A paper road.
Paper road?
Yes,
did you
a
say?
paper road
Okay.
is a platted right-of-way that is not an improved roadway, okay? That is where the hangup is, okay? Yes, there is a trail there, but that is not a road, right? It's never been improved. It's a paper road. That's the primary hangup. We've asked legal to complete the review of it. But Joe Hale is the expert on this. He's looked at it many times. He has the most knowledge on it.
Okay. Stand fast. Councilman Hammer, and then Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
I'm trying to see if I remember this correctly. Is this it used to be a dirt road that went back to a lift station, but they turned it into a trail that goes back to a dock. Is that what it is now? So we made it into a walking trail once it was an easement to go down to a lift station.
That is the
Is that
correct
what I'm
location.
thinking of?
Yes, sir, that is the correct location of it. There is still access because we have to do lift station maintenance from time to time, right? All over the city, we have access for maintenance of infrastructure.
Okay, now, can this property not be accessed from Lickety?
No, sir, there's a property owner in between.
And there's no right-of-way to get past there? Because isn't that vacant there for a right-of-way for the backside, if I remember correctly?
There's a parcel to the north that is in private ownership that Mr. Downing could discuss access through that parcel with that owner, as well as, I don't remember, Alacourt, I'm not sure the name of that, access to the east.
Because I want to say the other side of it is conservation area.
That's correct. To the west would be conservation, and to the south would be the creek.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I actually spoke with Mr. Downing this afternoon. He called me and forwarded me all the correspondence and emails that he's been dealing with over the last few years. And there's actually a gentleman on this council that motion and second is Deputy Mayor Johnson at the time made a motion for this, and Councilman Felix seconded, allowing the use of this particular area to access his property. Staff I called the city manager this afternoon, and there have been several meetings, and I'm not sure, what the next steps look like. I had spoke to Mr. Downing, and this is something I was going to leave for council reports, but I'll bring it up now. But it's been placed on my heart to discuss with the council about creating a Palm Bay land trust, and using our surplus real estate that the real estate team identifies not viable builds to seed the land trust for conservation, and if Mr. Downey's open for it, if there's not a path forward for him to access this property in a feasible manner, I would like to give the city manager permission to negotiate a purchase of this property to tie it into the conservation, Turkey Creek, and expand Ace Park. That's where this property runs along. I'm not sure if Mr. Downey's open to that, but at least want to give city manager permission to have those conversations if there's not a path forward. Because the last thing I would like to see is litigation to the city. I'm a private property rights advocate, and I forecast litigation in this particular instance, and I think there could be a win-win where the landowner can be free of this obligation, the city can be free of a potential lawsuit, and we can begin building on the Palm Bay Land Trust and building conservation land.
Well, thank you for that. I've got Councilman Langevin that wanted to weigh in, and then we could go and discuss what you were proposing.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. And those are some good points, Deputy Mayor. Kind of touching on the same point. I'm looking at it on the map right now, and I understand staff is doing their due diligence, and a lot of times in government with bureaucracy and stuff, that takes time. And of course, our new city manager and his team has kind of only been here for. I think he's been here a year, but some of the other people haven't even been here a whole year yet. So I understand that they're probably looking through this, but sometimes it's like when you have a city of 150,000, policies are made in government, and governmental policies are made and things like that try to be a one-size-fits-all policy. But it's like sometimes there should be a time where we just say, hey, this is just a common sense thing. And it sounds like council's already said that in the past, and I'd be willing to say it again if we have to. We really should just look into what's a creative solution to just get this guy access to his property. I mean, that really should just be the answer, and we probably should fast track it.
Copy that. Mr. Morton? Or Miss, I should ask for the legal side of this. Ma'am, I'd like for you to weigh in. I don't know if you've had enough opportunity or what has been discussed thus far.
I haven't been directly involved. I do know that Mr. Edwards was involved, worked with staff and the property owner. At one time, we believed we had a path forward.
Previous property owner is my understanding.
Or whoever was the property owner at that time, we worked with them, thought we had a path forward. It did not turn out. We've had some change over, maybe we've even changed property owners. And so I believe they've now reached out, as Mr. Edwards is now out on FMLA, to Ms. Early, who has just gotten involved. So it's kind of transitioned between staff and now the new review that staff is asking our department to do, which we now have to have a different attorney. But I was not directly involved in the initial review. It just appears that the solution that we thought was going to work didn't appear to actually pan out subsequently.
Thank you, ma'am. So, gentlemen, what I'm hearing is there might have been an opportunity, and which might have been 5 years ago, and things have changed. But I'm in agreement also with the fact of being an advocate for property rights, except when it comes to your infringement on my property, right? So that being said, I think we have enough of consensus here to just give direction to our city manager and team to see what resolutions can be brought. We're not going to solve this evening, but so that it could come back to also include, I'm good with also the proposal that Deputy Mayor Jaffe had made, being that we could always use that green space with Ayers Park. So I'm good with that, but ideally what I like to see is to give this young man access to his property. But I'm not sure we could come to that resolve, but that's where I'm at right now. Things change, and we're talking about 5 years ago at this point. And so his options were not the same as they are today.
Mayor, just one other comment too. It's essentially a flag lot, and it's narrow. And another comment, the city was requiring that the home face north. And it's almost impossible to build a house facing north. And that the individual would need it, I believe, facing west. And so that's another comment that needs to be addressed by staff, just to see if a variance could be made, if, the road could be solved, but also the direction of the home as well.
So I think that's duly noted. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Morton?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got it. I think, the issues, just to be transparent, is we'll have to solve for fire truck. We have no access for fire, garbage, U.S. mail, no place to put a mailbox. I mean, there's some pragmatic issues we'll have to negotiate, bring back, because we can't put a mailbox on public property, I don't believe. So we'll definitely can look into this. I think we still have some challenges to overcome, but we can look at multiple solutions.
Copy that. Councilman Hammer?
Don't we have a vacant piece of property out in Northwest that has city power and water ready to go?
That would,
in our surplus?
That would serve this parcel, or are you talking separate completely?
Completely separate from this. Don't we have one that's out there that would maybe be able to be land swapped instead of spending money?
I can't answer that for surety tonight or what status it's in. I do not know.
Okay, I would definitely like to research that if we can, please.
So you got a few options there. And so please bring this back as soon as possible, as I believe it is devastating. And Councilman Langevin hit the nail on the head when he said, bureaucracy and the time that changes the bureaucracy, right? So, all right, that being said, I think we've given enough direction. Next speaker.
Joseph Mills.
Joseph Mills, 338 Brantley Street, Palm Bay, Florida, 32909. I also like to thank the change of command. I was there. It was a wonderful ceremony, being the first time. I'm very happy with the way the city's going. Just all across the board, city manager, everybody here. Now I'll digress and kind of cover some areas. We got 2 months and you're going to be going on vacation. And then we got election season coming up. And so there's some big things to talk about. Infrastructure. The city council's been up to Tallahassee, Washington, D.C., and everywhere else. And then infrastructure. How can we get a special town hall meeting and do A to Z on infrastructure, whether it's roads, utilities, canals? There's a lot of people. This traffic is a nightmare. You're gonna make people walk everywhere. And then the other thing is, these questions you can answer or not answer. I'll send an email, follow up. Then the other attorneys, do we have them here? Do they not come to the city council meetings, and why or why not? With all the backlog of issues, we should solve them as best as we can before election, because after that, it could be a little bit different scenario, and city council could end up becoming a docket instead of doing our meetings like how we normally do. And with the war footing we have now with the Middle East and Asia, and this is a huge ordeal, we need to get our economy. We can have businesses come here, some of them being related to military contracts, or all across, whether it's an airport, if you look at Malabar, Orlando, how the finances are padded, or hemp, we can get hemp, and there's 10,000 commercial applications for hemp. And I know we got an agenda here. We're talking about a business thing here in the City Hall. But jobs, I'm sitting here going to be contacting 500 employers looking for a job, and I'll give back every company, and I'll give back the results. But we need jobs here. 50,000 jobs we need in Brevard, and 25,000 just in this city alone, just so people can have meaningful employment. The end of this year, we're going to be at $15 minimum wage, and so are we really looking at, with the war footing, $15 a gallon gas, food prices going up, fertilizer, not having that here. I mean, we got some big things to look at, and not only that, going forward after the next election, this here over here is too small. You know, we're gonna have 2,000 people show up every city council meeting. And I can say that because the last time we had that was 21 years ago, and it was an adult entertainment, and it was all flooded. We had TVs outside, and that was 21 years ago, and I was here. It was a big, because they were gonna put the gentleman's club over there by Canova. Save for next time.
Butcher in.
Thank you.
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue. First, I want to thank the city for putting up the "Do Not Block the Intersection" sign at Jupiter and DeGroot. However, it needs to be on the east side. It's on the west side. It needs to be for the east turn coming toward Minton. Okay, you got one there now on the west side as you're turning into DeGroot off of Jupiter, but there's no traffic blockade there. It occurs in the afternoon when the folks are coming out of DeGroot, making the right turn eastbound on Jupiter to get to Minton. And they just sit right in the intersection. Light turns green, you're stuck. But thanks for the sign over there. Now if you could just put one on the other side. Also, there needs to be one at Minton and Jupiter. With me? Excuse me. Minton southbound. Jupiter westbound. They do the same thing. They sit right in that intersection and shut down the traffic going east or west. The other thing, do we have an update on the big road survey that's been done or being done? As far as the pictures they were going to take of the roads and all that information we were going to get. That's all that I got.
Thank you.
And Duke's out of the game, so I got nobody to brag about. So y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, the road survey?
We do have an update. Is that tonight or next week? I can't recall, Kevin. We got slides for tonight we're talking about. Yeah, we've got a comprehensive PCI presentation tonight.
Okay. And you took duly notes on the,
I think on the signs, we need to rework our policy. We're getting a lot of requests for signs.
Copy.
That signs will solve driver behavior, and when it's starting to consume a lot of time, it's a lot of money, and I don't know how effective they are. So I think we want to revisit our sign policy for getting requests and placing traffic signs, speed humps, all manner of traffic control, no parking, and we get a lot, and we just don't want to start putting signs up everywhere.
Copy that.
Duly noted, we will fix the one we put up for sure if that's the mistake. Appreciate that. And I think I want to revisit the sign policy.
thank you, sir. All right, next speaker, Deputy Mayor.
I just had a question on the agenda. What time of the meeting is that taking place, that presentation? I didn't see it on the agenda.
It's going to come on their council reports, under the city manager's report.
Okay,
Understood.
that's why we didn't.
Jonathan Mackler?
Snap.
So, y'all, I've come to speak to you today to address the homelessness crisis, not just here in Palm Bay, but greater Brevard. Having experienced it firsthand, I was able to determine some key areas of improvement for the city to better the quality of life of not just the people who live here, but just not just the homeless, but just the surrounding residents. So I came up with an 8-pillar plan of action that you could put into a municipal service, some sort of municipal service arrangement or agreement or something with the bus system and whatnot. So yeah, there's 8 pillars. So the first pillar is instituting some sort of manner mode on the bus system. So effectively having it so that passengers aren't like loudly talking on their phones and whatnot on the bus. So like what they have in Japan. A captain's authority, so you reserve basically the bus driver reserves the right kick anyone off the bus at any given time, just at his discretion. A cargo loading limit, so oftentimes, I'll see people on the bus, homeless people, who have like 4 or 5 pieces of luggage. You do not need to carry that much stuff. Like, even if you're homeless, it doesn't serve you to carry around that much stuff. There should be free Wi-Fi in the parks, in my opinion, but if you're gonna do it, you're gonna have to do it across all the parks and not just in one spot, because they would encourage camping. Resource spacing, so essentially, like with the homeless shelters, there should be some sort of like timing of like when people go to the shelters, and try to have it in the mornings or at nights, so that they're not like crowding up areas and stuff, because those basically, like, I mean, if you think about it as a city, right? A city is run like a corporation, right? Like, the city wants to make money, they want to keep property values up, right? And so if you want to do that, you don't want people, the tourists, seeing homeless people, crowding around. So, targeted nutrition. So oftentimes when I'm walking around Palm Bay, I'll see like litter on the street, like people leaving stuff, and sometimes it's homeless people leaving all their canned goods out. And so I think it would make sense to talk to some of these shelters and get them on like a nutrition plan, like only eating like spreads that go with bread and stuff. Just one more point. Another thing is secular neutrality. Like, some of these homeless shelters, it seems like they have an incentive to like keep people in a religious loop of thinking.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyway.
Mayor, that concludes the speaker cards.
All right, thank you. We're now on consent. Deputy Mayor, any comment cards?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. Like I said, I looked hard to find something to speak on, so I'd like to speak on consent agenda item number 7, a therapy dog for the fire department. I had one request with that, but after talking with the chief, it's not going to fly this time, but it might in the future, that therapy dog be a Dalmatian, just to keep the tradition going with what that therapy dog is. And it wasn't the cost or anything else. I just want to keep a little bit of tradition going with the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the cards.
Thank you, sir. Council, anyone wish to poll? If not, I need a
I have
motion.
a question about number 6. That's it.
Number 6, Mr. Morton.
Is there a question?
Yeah, are we still sending these to Gov Deals is my first question. Are they going to Gov Deals for 60 days before they go to Gideon? And are they going straight to Gideon? Are we covering the transportation to Gideon, or is Gideon coming to get them themselves?
Thank you.
Also, I only saw automobiles on here. He used to do surplus with our tables, chairs, filing cabinets, all the stuff that we had. Are we still doing that, sending on pallets? Because I didn't see anything on there.
Nick Kendra, Procurement Manager. Yes, sir. Gideon comes to pick them up from us. We do not this time put them on Gov Deals. They go straight to Gideon upon your approval. As far as the other items, yes, we are doing that. At this point in time, we only have vehicles that are going.
Okay, is the cost included in their percentage, or?
There's no extra cost to my knowledge.
All right, thank you.
I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve consent.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. Madam Smith?
Ordinance 2026-09, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2026 budget by appropriating, allocating funds as identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 4 pages and incorporated in its entirety herein. recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, Finance, adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We're now on public hearings. Item number 1, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-06, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 31, City Departments, Subchapter, Administrative Departments, by modifying the departments which report to the city manager, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. These are all coming back for a final reading. Again, this is the opportunity to reorganize growth management and community and economic development by creating essentially a standalone economic development department. And we will entertain any questions that you have. Thank you.
Council, any questions? I don't see any. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So that was motion J and J. Item number 2, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2026-07, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 37, Growth Management Department, by modifying the department's composition and divisions, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm opening up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Same effect, final reading. And again, the reason we're going to hear this time and one more is we have multiple places within the Code of Ordinances and policies to change it. So this is just the final read, still the same outcome.
Thank you, sir. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman J, seconded by Deputy Mayor J. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number 3.
Ordinance 2026-08, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 39, Community and Economic Development by renaming the department to Economic Development and modifying provisions contained therein, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm opening up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. As I said today, omne trium perfectum. This is number 3 of number 3, and again, be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
I never heard a trifecta being discussed actually in a city council meeting. It takes me back to Belmont Park in New York City. But be that as it may, council, any questions? Anyone wish to speak for or against this item in the audience? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. We are now on new business. Item number 1, Madam Leffler. Oh, as you were, procurements. We are now on item 1, procurement. Miscellaneous, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We do have our Finance Director, Larry Wojciechowski here, our Procurement Manager, Nick Kanjar, and a representative from J.P. Morgan Chase. Essentially, they'll present on the financial terms of this agreement. Our contract is due to expire July 4th, 2026, and this is for our purchasing card program. I will say that another piece or another attractive piece of this, Mr. Wojciechowski, I think you were going to speak to a little bit, was that we haven't stopped trying to implement the different provisions of the JLAC audit and also looking at our biggest areas of fraud, waste, and abuse. And typically, your purchasing cards are a significant area of risk. We like this because of a much more attractive and robust reporting system that already integrates. JP Morgan is already our bank. We've reduced significantly the number of P cards and will continue another round of those drawdowns. We have some other P card audit measures happening. Larry, did you want to come up and speak to this item quickly? And I don't know if JP Morgan Chase would like to present briefly.
Okay, thank you. And so some of these P cards are they used for gas?
These are for purchases, small. So the WEX cards we've frozen, sir, in response to the fuel prices, as you will recall. We're requiring, unless it's an emergency, to fuel on-site at the fuel depot, significant savings, and we also get the sales tax rebate back to the city. This is for small items, so you could go purchase paper, supplies, tools. I've seen small equipment sometimes purchased, such as a weed whacker or a chainsaw, items typically that are smaller. They actually call these small and attractive assets. Imagine a chainsaw, imagine a microwave for a department, a coffee maker, a panel, a monitor. Mr. Wojciechowski can fill this in, but this is typically for those smaller purchases. And we identified quickly within the first 6 months I was here that we had too many of those cards in circulation, and we needed the drawdown. I think Aaron also mentioned we've drawn down P cards, we've drawn down our travel policy, we've tightened a bunch of regulations in response to council's requests to internally audit and control ourselves better.
Thank you. Carry on, Larry.
Mayor, council, he stole a lot of my thunder, so kind of disappointed in
Be the
that,
lightning.
but that's okay. I'm good with that. Yes, Scott Ricker is here to answer any questions that you have involving the program. He's actually our banking representative because we have been banking with them since 2016. So we are actually merging our banking program and the P-card program. Let me start, Historically, we have been using Bank of America to do our P-cards, and we've been using them since 2010. We've piggybacked off of 2 different contracts, and the one expires now, July 4th of 2026. Because it's expiring, we decided to look elsewhere and see what JP Morgan possibly had for us to look at to combine the services of the banking services and P-cards. And we're also looking at, because we're going to a new financial system called Workday, we were looking to see the integration, to see if any systems can integrate directly into Workday. And we had conversations with Mr. Ricker, and we had a demonstration of that program. And it actually was very nice. It did real-time transaction visibility, so we can, the city, our finance folks can go in at any time and go into the system that they have and look at every transaction as they're being made. So we can view every transaction. You can also...
When you say that in real time, you're saying?
In real time, yes, sir. Also, as staff in the departments are reconciling their P-cards, they are going to, depending on whether Workday is going to do it or the program that we're going to use through JP Morgan, they're going to upload their receipts or their invoices, so now we can compare what the receipt looks like, what's in the system, to make sure what's being purchased is a valid purchase and it fits the criteria of our policies. Additionally, it is going to be open to our third-party vendor, which is our auditors, external auditors. They're going to have the ability, read-only, to go in and look at all the transactions to verify, to see, yes, are those legitimate purchases? So we're going to use our external auditors, and we also have 65th North. We would probably also give them the access to do that also, so they can see every purchase that we do to make sure what we're doing fits the policy that we have. Also, while we're hoping to switch over to this, there's also something else that we're doing. If this is enacted, or whoever we select, we're also enacting a new P-card policy. It's going to be much more stringent. It's going to hold people accountable, which I believe that's what we want. We're going to hold people accountable. It's going to be transparent. And as far as financially, this move. It makes more sense because if you saw the legislative memo, the Bank of America, the rebate was relatively low. It was, gotta throw my glasses on, it was 1.1% to 1.71%. JP Morgan is actually offering a 1.5% to 2.05%. So I looked at that and I'm thinking, okay, well, let's do a comparison. And I did a rebate benchmarking analysis to see how does that fit with the rest of the country? You know, what fits as mid-range, what's above average, what's great. So I got the results back, and it said 1.5 is considered mid-range. So our base with JP Morgan is mid-range. So we're already doing much better than what we had with Bank of America. What's considered strong and competitive is 1.7 to 1.9%. That's right in the middle of where we are with what's being offered by JP Morgan. And anything above 2.0 is best in class. So a portion of what's being offered to us is considered best in class. So in evaluating those numbers, it is way more competitive what we're getting from JP Morgan than what we ever had previously. Then I went back and I went and looked to see the past 3 years compared to what we received from Bank of America to an average of if JP Morgan would have been doing the numbers for us, or the P cards. And we would have brought in an extra $19,131. I know that's not much, but every little bit counts. So
I've got council members wanting to either weigh in or have questions. I'll start with Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wojciechowski, for mapping this out with staff and everything. One question, just so you can, and it could be a brief elaboration. I love that we have, the auditors as backup, but say something does get flagged or something does come across, what's the process to make sure that it's rectified? Because we'll rather catch it than the auditors come to us and say we missed something. Sorry.
Carry on.
There's twofold.
Got it.
And I got to be very careful in answering this. First of all, if it comes to us and we have two sets of eyes normally that are looking at each transaction that comes in, and they're verifying the validity of the purchase. If there's any questions, the phone calls are made. What is this purchase about? Where is the supporting documentation? Whatever. If the answer doesn't come the way it needs to, it's brought up to my level, and then I start making the phone calls to start asking, what is it? Okay. There's also, I don't want to say at this time, but in the very near future, there's something else going to be added. And I have to leave it at that for right now, if you don't mind.
Good. Councilman Hammer?
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment just to kind of fill council in on how amazing this is. Having a P card was not always the funnest thing in the world. And I will tell you, when you're making a purchase, you would have to go and put your purchase with your account number. I'm not going to go into the long 521 number, but you're going to have a 5206, 5201, I think was for computer supplies. And you would have to go in there, you would have to put in your HTE, or put your account line in HTE, and basically it would just say computer supplies. So you can be going and buying a Hello Kitty mouse, you can buy anything, it just says computer supplies. Secondly, once you put this in, you would have to send it off to somebody. We had a lady named Yolanda Price. You did not want to lose your receipt because Yolanda will come for you. The fact that you make this purchase and it uploads the receipt automatically to who's reconciling this is amazing. That's like, you don't understand the amount of time you're going to take out of anybody who has a P card. And you can't promise someone's not going to lose your receipt. Then you're going back to a store and you're waiting. You have to see if they can look it up. This is one of the things that I wanted to see when I was there, and that's truly amazing, and that's exactly something that I love seeing. That's awesome. Thank you.
I believe, Mayor, I believe that this fits what council wants. We're doging ourselves, and this is a part of it, and it's going to help.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Stand fast. Mr. Morton?
Now you're stealing my thunder, Larry. I was going to say. Truly, this hits the three pillars of Doge, which is why we're excited about it. It's our dollars, it's our transparency, it's our customer service. And just to put a fine tooth point on Councilman Johnson's question on what's the procedure, the last line of defense has been, I get a spreadsheet with 500, 600, 700 purchases. I random spot audit. Larry's gracious enough to go back and dig all those up, but it's 45 days late and it's very difficult currently. So I'm excited as well to have something I feel more comfortable with than the system that we have in place at the moment.
Thank you. Are there any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor. Okay. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. We're now on new business, item number 1. Madam Leffler.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is requesting to schedule 3 budget workshops. The first would be on Tuesday, May 12th at 6 p.m. for the fiscal year 27 budget request discussion. The second on Tuesday, July 7th at 6 p.m. for the fiscal year 26 mid-year review and fiscal year 27 proposed budget data. And the third on Tuesday, August 4th at 6 p.m. for the fiscal year 27 proposed budget review, which would be tentative pending request by council at the July 7th workshop.
So I want to understand this correctly. May 27th is a Tuesday?
May 12th. The first would be May 12th at 6 p.m.
May 12th is difficult for me on a Tuesday. I'm letting you know that, gentlemen.
All Tuesdays?
Yeah, I teach on Tuesday evenings. I'm teaching homiletics in May, and the classes depend on that for graduation. So I can do May 14th, if that would be good. I don't have a problem with July 7th or the 4th. So if you could do May 14th, which is a Thursday, correct?
Yes, they have the Charter Review Commission, but they could possibly change that date, the meeting date, if they have a meeting that month. I believe the April meeting is probably going to be their last meeting, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, well, Deputy Mayor can't make the 14th. So can we do the 13th, a Wednesday?
That is open.
Can we do a Thursday or Wednesday, gentlemen? All right, so May 13th, we're all here. I think July 7th is the next obstacle. I think Councilman Johnson can't make it.
No, I'm good.
You good? Okay, so we're good for July 4th right now. I mean, this is all tentative anyway, but I know that I couldn't make that Tuesday in May. So thank you. So we got May 13th, July 7th, and August 4th.
Yes,
So Wednesday, Tuesday.
yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that good?
That's good.
All right, you don't need anything else?
Nope, just
All
consensus.
right, that's it. So we're now on item number 2, new business. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Tonight, we're going to consider rebate payment to the IRS, the Treasury, for bond interest earnings for arbitrage. And Mr. Wojciechowski, not wanting to steal your thunder, I'm not going to say a word.
Come on up, Miss Larry.
I never get to come up, and I'll get to come up twice in one night.
Yeah, and no one's stealing your thunder right now, so carry on.
Okay. What we did back in 2021 is we purchased 1/3 of the GO bonds for the road paving. At that time, interest rates were incredibly low, and the bonds that we received, the interest rates or the yield was exceptionally low. So that in itself set a very low bar for investing. However, my philosophy, and I'm going to have to get into the rationale, I am going to try and invest to the highest possible rates that we possibly can because markets are very volatile. At one time, it could be incredibly high, and we're experiencing it now. It's all over the place. You never know what it's going to be. You're playing a constant game of great rates down. It can go to what they call positive arbitrage is what we are right now. We earned $2 million, too much money than what we were actually authorized to do because of the way we invested, the aggressive investing that we did and the amount of money that we had to invest. However, again, we tried to protect ourselves, make sure that we earned the interest in case the market goes down, knowing that after a certain period of time, which is 5 years by federal law, we have to have it reviewed to see how much money you've earned. And we actually had PFM do the analysis for us for arbitrage. And after they did the analysis, they said we were allowed to earn, and it's in the statement here, that we're allowed to earn $2.4 million, which means we've earned I apologize. We earned $4.4 million. We shouldn't have earned that much. We needed to earn less. So we have to give the money back to the IRS. However, and I'm going to make this statement, I would rather do that than stand up here and say that we were negative arbitrage and I didn't earn enough money.
Copy that,
I would be
sir.
disappointed that I didn't earn as much money as possible for the city.
Well, thank you.
Of course, there's different rules of how to spend the money, the $50 million. There's a lot of criteria, and I can't go into it all. If we would have spent the money in a 3-year period, which was not physically possible for us to do, then we were going to be allowed to keep almost all of the interest that we earned. However, if we would have spent it in a 3-year period, we wouldn't have earned as much interest because the money would have been spent. So this is just an acknowledgement that we have to pay the IRS. In fact, tomorrow, a check's already been cut. It has to be mailed tomorrow. We have no federal law states we have to make the payment by the 6th of April.
Yeah, by that same argument, Larry, I think we could have had better eyes on this and spend the money, right? As opposed to, I don't know if it would have been 4 million,
Right.
like you said, but if we could have actually spent the money before we hit that plateau, at least we would have been able to, and you're right, there are some criteria it has to be, but I see an opportunity where we could have gained even more, but you're right, outstanding job in investing, and you're right, it's better that you have a higher yield than not meeting the mark. I've got Councilman Hammer and then Councilman Johnson.
Obviously not for this time because, we have to pay it so quickly. With the money from the GO bond coming in from residents, wouldn't we be able to give that money back to residents and write it off?
I'm sorry, state that again?
You
I
mean
apologize.
instead of sending the money to the IRS, give it to the residents?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's, you
Well, I mean,
don't
the
want to
money
mess.
is coming from a GO Roads bond that's paid for by citizens.
But because we have a tax exempt status
Okay.
on these bonds, it
That
has to go
explains
to the
it.
IRS.
Okay.
Right.
But without that,
Then it
yeah.
would be-
Okay, thank you.
To his point, sorry.
Okay, does that conclude, Councilman?
It concludes mine. I didn't know that we're using, see, a lot of times we will purchase our bonds, and even with fuel, we purchase things and pay tax, and then we submit it back to the Department of Revenue, and we get a check to show where it went. So if we were paying the tax on it, that would be something we should be giving back to the people and not
Right.
back to the IRS.
And
But
definitely wanna hold
if
a
we're,
tax exempt status.
if we collected it on tax exempt status, then you're correct. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson, you're next.
Sorry, I'm with Councilman Hammer on that because when you think about it as business owners, towards the end of the year, November, December, nobody wants to pay the IRS. Yes, I'm saying it on camera. Nobody wants to pay the IRS, so they'll rather give it to nonprofits or give it to whoever they can. So to his point, is there anybody or any way we can, whether it's the, what's the George Washington Monument thing? Help me out.
Oh, the statue.
Yeah, anything. Is there any way to?
Well, I'll stand.
For the
Are you
future.
asking?
Yeah, that's
so,
all, yeah.
wait a minute, I got to just say this. I just got to say this. I think he said we're tax exempt, right? And then I think the IRS is definitely someone we don't want to mess with, but go ahead, city manager.
So yeah,
Go ahead, take
Mr.
it away.
Wojciechowski put it nicely. I think we know where this goes, but I've already signed the check. It's in the mail because I'm not going to federal prison, first of all.
I don't look
Second,
at stripes.
second of all, to Mr. Wojciechowski's point, I asked him to discuss this, maybe it slipped your mind, but I think what we should be doing, and this is something when we ask PFM, so we're doing two things. We reviewed the arbitrage. I also asked Mr. Wojciechowski to confirm and audit our impact fees across the board, right? Just to make sure we know what we know. We can audit the arbitrage on the bonds sooner than 5 years. 5 years is a federal requirement. We can do it every year or every biannual year if we choose. I think that might be wise. We're still looking through those scenarios. The reason being is there's 2 or 3 spend down provisions to where if you can accelerate spending, even if you're purchasing material goods prior to a project, if it's spent on the project, construction purchasing windows, there's ways to advance. And to Mr. Wojciechowski's point, it can be difficult because time and money, you spend it quicker, there's less interest, but it's something that I think we should have a format and a formula for. And then lastly, cities, municipalities in this instance can do something that nobody else can do. We can borrow money at an extraordinarily manipulated low rate. Like if you look at a lot of our bonds, they're 1%, 0.5%. Business would kill to get loan rates like that. And then it's tax-free money to the investor. Right. So they have a lot of proclivities that is typical. So when you're thinking of this, what this is preventing, and this is why we have to give it to the government, is this could be market manipulation. That's arbitrage. What a city could do, this is a great strategy, right? If the IRS didn't do this to us, we would go borrow $100 million from the taxpayer. We would never, ever spend it, ever. We would leave it in the bank for 100 years, and we would have so much interest, we would be flush with cash. And somebody years ago, I think it was in the Franklin Delano Roosevelt administration, I believe, I might have it wrong, said, hey, this is not good. This can damage Wall Street. It damages investor confidence. Who would ever invest in a normal bond again if they could game the system? So it balances that bond equity. And so.
And that's what caused the arbitrage
Yeah, and
loss.
so that's why we're here. That's the whole reason behind arbitrage.
Right.
I hope that high-level summary helps.
Thank you.
Possibly, I'm sorry.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I was just going to say, gentlemen, I'm not a person that likes to give any money back, and I spent several hours researching this and running several AI programs. You find a way to not pay it back, and here we are. The check's written, right? So.
Check's going out the door. Just a second, Larry. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I was just wondering because, obviously with inflation and everything else, we're showing a loss on our road bond. So, I do know when I am doing my taxes at the end of the year and I'm showing a loss, like, there's usually something in there to where you're showing a loss and that needs to be circumvented in here. But with what he said, I understand now. Thank you.
Carry on.
Yes.
Larry.
While we were speaking with PFM about the 2021 bonds, we brought up the 2023 bonds because, of course, we're hitting the 3-year point on those. Because the interest rates were so high on those, PFM at this moment does not see whether we're going to go into what they call a positive arbitrage. We will probably be okay. However, I've discussed with city manager about doing arbitrage calculations on either a yearly basis or a biannual basis. So at least we know in advance where we stand or potentially stand.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go, like Mr. Morton said.
We plan on doing.
You got to track that a lot better.
Yeah.
So, yes, sir, thank you. So, we do have a speaker?
Bill Batten.
That's it.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. $2,054,398. That's a big tax, by my standard, that's a big tax bill to give back to the federal government, especially when we look at this being a nonprofit government organization. Good job on investing your money. I mean that as a compliment. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion, gentlemen.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You won't have to go to federal prison, sir. Thank you for
Out of
that.
prison.
Item number 3, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We have got a very unique, and the reason it's coming to you late and unique is our Robert Beach, who we snagged from another agency, our gain.
What agency, sir?
City of Hot Chocolate, City of Cocoa Beach.
Oh, copy that, just wanted, for the record.
For the record. So, Rob is very distinguished in the field of IT. He will not tell you that, but he is, are you the president of Flageeza this year? He's president of the state agency. He sits on a number of cybersecurity initiatives and boards. And long story short, our very own Representative Miller is also in the field of cybersecurity and has personally asked Mr. Beach to attend and sit on a panel and speak with her at this conference in Tampa, which is fantastic. And what an honor for Rob. And thank you to Representative Miller for, again, helping us. So while this invitation is specifically sent to Rob as the FLGISA president, the alliance that he's going to specifically encourages members to bring with them one or more elected officials from their jurisdiction or community. And so in that spirit, we wanted you to be aware anybody could attend. They are invited, and I believe that your costs are all covered by the group. Was that correct? Attendance is at no cost. You've been on the hook for everything else. Okay. So
We would need mileage?
lodging, if you stay, it sounds like, yeah.
Sorry.
So where is this?
It is in Tampa.
And April 9th, 10th, and 11th?
Yes, sir.
So that's next week?
Yes, sir.
No, I just for the record, I retired from my federal job. So.
All right.
So,
and so also, Mr. Beach, you want to
so
speak?
I have extra time is all I was trying to say.
And then through your work with Flageeza and your state lobbying, didn't you guys secure a giant statewide, and our state representative Miller?
Yes, we did. Representative Miller and actually Senator Gail Harrell ran companion bills for us called the Local Government Cybersecurity Protection Program. This was kind of the natural evolution that we saw of the Florida Local Government Cybersecurity Grant Program. The issue with that program was that 1 year it was issued in July, next year in November, and so forth, and we haven't seen year 3 awarded yet. This grant is not a monetary grant, it's capabilities. So it's actually given us cybersecurity capabilities to protect infrastructure. First year was $30 million, protected 193 local governments. And the retail value of that, because they provided capabilities as opposed to dollars, was over $300 million of deployed capabilities to local governments protecting citizen infrastructure. We have local governments that aren't participating because it's not reliable. They don't know when it's going to be awarded, and they have gaps in coverage that we would then be responsible for. So what we did was we worked with the representative and the senator to draft legislation that turns this into a statute where they have to award every year by December 1st. And it also allows, if you're not awarded, to purchase capabilities off of the program at the pricing the state received. So we're talking really large discounts for these types of capabilities. We were one of 12% of bills that actually got across the line. So it was approved unanimously in the House as well as the Senate, and it's on the way to the governor's office for signature.
That's good. So, Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Well, first of all, are there any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
There's no cards, Mayor. I just had a question too.
Okay, carry on.
Mayor, so if the mayor wanted to attend, I know there's not a budget for IT, but there is for travel for council members. Could that be allocated for the mayor if you wanted to participate?
I think by consensus tonight, you could, my understanding of the way it works is you could authorize that.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Thank you. So, and thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. I know that's April 11th, I'm totally booked. And I think most of us on council may be booked. That's a Saturday. If council agrees, I have to discuss this with my wife because this is springing. I had no, but I would have to discuss this with my wife, but I would be willing to go. But I know that I have to be here Saturday morning. So I would probably attend the 9th and the 10th, I believe and then come back that Friday. But that would be mine. But Councilman Hammer, you buzzed in.
Yeah, I love this, and I love the fact of we actually have somebody that's supporting us on this. And I would like to field Dr. Robinson attending as well for his knowledge, his wealth of knowledge in the IT department, if that's something. Because with Monique being involved in this and it being on our home turf, I think she would like to have some attendance from her home team to drive it home.
Mr. Morton?
I cannot spare Dr. Ramos. Yes, sir, absolutely, yes, sir, thank you. Thank you.
Well, I guess that settles that.
Okay.
His schedule is free.
So I appreciate the compliment, Councilman Hammer. However, I would have to work on cloning myself because I'm already going to be in the ICMA conference at the same time. So Rob is certainly very capable of handling that, and so I fully trust him to navigate through that one. So I appreciate the compliment, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are no comment cards. Gentlemen, by consensus, if I'm able to go, I will attend it, but I like contingency plans, as you know, we're all, if I'm not able to go, is there anyone else on the dais that would be willing to go? Okay, so it's either me or nothing, Mr. Beach, so,
I'll take your attendance, sir.
but what I'd like to say is I want to piggyback off of what Councilman Hammer said we honor Representative Miller and her knowledge in this arena. And so I'd be honored if she suggests that someone from council would go. I take that into serious consideration. Obviously, I'll speak with my family and see if that's a possibility. And if I'll be more than honored to actually attend, gentlemen. Thank you for the confidence that you've bestowed upon me, especially you, the Deputy Mayor, for suggesting that, getting that consensus. With that, do we need to make that part of the motion, or would the consensus suffice, Mr. Morton?
Consensus suffices, thank you
Okay,
very much.
copy that. So I need a motion, gentlemen.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now on council reports. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Normally I don't like to talk much in the council reports unless I really have business, but I do just want to say, in the interest of it being Easter on Sunday, I do just want to recognize that I appreciate being on a council where 5 out of 5 of us understand the importance of this holiday coming up and that Christ is King. We disagree or have even had differences in the past, but I've looked around at a lot of councils and I do appreciate being on a council like this one. So in the spirit of Easter and our Christ resurrection, I just wanted to say that, and I do appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Hammer.
My first one, I did want to say congratulations to Chief Spears.
Yeah, come on. Give it up to me.
For those who don't know, Chief Spears is a Palm Bay boy. Born and raised. Started here at 15 years old as a police explorer. So to see him at Chief is huge. We played sports, and I was kind of away from people, and when everyone was out, he was a police explorer, and I was working on football, but he was a police explorer, and he had his mind set on being the best officer he could be. And today I got to watch him get sworn in as the chief of this city. That is awesome. Your hard work paid off, sir. My second thing, you already said it, I wanted to congratulate you on your retirement, Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome that you got to do something that you love for the people you love for so long. It's truly amazing to be surrounded by such awesome people that are so good and so talented at what they do. I just want to say how thankful I am to be here with you guys, and this week showed me alone how much we have here by our staff, by the people that are working day and night. I got to go out to a job site the other night at 9 p.m., and the director of the actual department was out there at 9 p.m. with a shovel, ordering pizza for the guys, and we have such an amazing staff. We're surrounded by so much talent. And I just wanted to say I'm so thankful for everybody. I'm
You're
so
talking
proud.
about, and I want you to elaborate a little bit about that, because we had a situation.
Yep.
Highlight that, because I think you just went right into that. People need to know what occurred and what the team did. Carry on.
Well, I don't want to go into a play-by-play of it, but there was an incident, an accident, and
what was the details of that accident?
we had we had a vendor for the city hit a line that ended up being a sewer line, and our utilities team, our public works team jumped into action, and like every single little detail there was, they had down to the T, and it was amazing to hear about it from our city manager. I got a text message with every single detail I can ask for. Then I got a follow-up email with 2 emails, one from Gabriel, one from Public Works, and one from our city manager, stating exactly what's going on, because I'm on Facebook, and everybody's going to be talking about what's going on and this and that, and get phone calls, and it's so amazing to have the information when people reach out. I can't go into even more how blessed we are to have such a great staff here. And coming from the staff, that's a lot, because I know what our jobs entail.
Yeah.
I was a blue-collar executive, so my study was to study the job descriptions of every single person that worked under blue-collar. So I know exactly what these guys go through, and to see them function at such high action is just amazing. I'm beyond that.
Well, thank you for mentioning that, but I wanted also for you to mention these guys were literally, this happened on a Monday, and they were literally scheduled to be off.
Yep.
Right? And on a moment's notice, they went into action, stability zones were set up, and so I think where you're saying is, and I want to echo, each and every employee to do that is dedicated, and they love the city. They love the city that they live in, they love the city, and it is a servant's heart. So thank you for sharing that. I just wanted you to give more details, because I was going to mention it, but you go ahead.
And lastly, being a farmer, I love seeing this. DeSantis passed SB 290, which is the Florida Farm Bill. What that does is it strengthens Florida's food supply, and it also strengthens the Farmers Feeding Florida program, which literally solidifies that. It also protects lands that are under conservation right now. And it gives a lot of other details. A lot of it is protects the farms to where if there's ever any kind of bills that take away the ability to use tractors that are diesel, it protects that so they can't make us start using electric tractors or fine us for using electric tractors. It's a great bill, and a lot of farms, a lot of family farms, much like my family's, are getting protected by it. So I just wanted to go on record as saying that I support that. And yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hammer, were you aware that what the White House did with the new website, Only Farms?
Only Farms.
Only Farms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Wow. So I have a few things I need consensus from you gentlemen on. I haven't asked for consensus in a while, but it's a few items that I want to bring to your attention. The first one is what everybody talks about, traffic efficiency and induced demand. And with that, I'm specifically speaking about our signal timing and us looking to key corridors throughout the city for roundabouts. I know previously we had one stance on it, and then when we had acting city manager Scott Morgan, he shedded a little more light in regards to roundabouts. But I feel there are key corridors throughout the city that we can look into roundabouts, whether it's the ones that we approve through the federal legislation or other areas. But we look at areas like Vieira, if they were to have traffic signals where they have roundabouts, they would still have traffic up to this time right now. So I would strongly encourage and would love your support to just give staff, you know, the green light to look into areas, to look into whether it's piggybacking off of somebody else's, some other municipality's signal timing, whether it's through AI or just some other technology that they may have. But sometimes we're at street traffic lights and you can tell something's off, and it's just one side is, you know, all the way back 2 streets while the other side is only 2-3 cars up. So just want to give staff the green light on that.
Yeah, so, you know, and that, thank you for bringing that up, because it's all about ITS, right?
Yep.
But I'm not sure this ITS, the signals are running in conjunction with the way the traffic is flowing now. It does do that very well. And then some mornings I have seen, in particular Malabar Road, the 95 corridor, San Filippo. I'm not sure if there's something that you could look into with ITS or those intelligent traffic signals. But yes, if you're talking about the signal timings, yeah, I think there's something, an opportunity there that we might be able to gather intel, and maybe there's some improvement, or if it's more of an investment, which is what the county just recently did up in Pineda. Deputy Mayor, you were going to say something, I thought?
Yeah, Mayor. I know we have several just intersections in the queue already for design, just for widening turn lanes and ITS. I think before we engage staff on it, I think we really need to hear public comment, because it's my understanding the public doesn't really like roundabouts.
Right.
I'm a favor of them, but I'm not the only one that drives on our streets, and I think there's a larger consensus of people that oppose them than that are for them. So that's the only comment I was going to make.
Yeah, copy that. And they actually are safe according to Vieira's studies, right? But I'm good with the ITS right now. Councilman Johnson, if you need a consensus on that, I think if we're going to go about roundabouts, I lean more towards what Deputy Mayor Johnson or Deputy Mayor Jaffe's saying regarding those roundabouts. Let's get the feedback from the public on that. But that's where I'm at right now, ITS, but we got to hear from the other members.
Yeah, I give you a full thumbs up, because, I mean, really what you asked for was for us to look into it, right? And I've asked you to look into some stuff to bring back that you were a little skeptical of in the past, and you were always there, so I'm going to give you a thumbs up.
Yeah, that chicken, by the way, I got a rooster near my house. Go ahead, Councilman Hammer.
I'm all about looking for efficiency, and I don't think a lot of people know this, that they're almost 80% more safe than a light. So when you let people know 80% more people are going to make it home on time, I think that's something to really think about when we do talk to the public about it, because I hate roundabouts. I really do. I hate the one in Vieira really bad. But if somebody can tell me that it's 80% safer, I'm okay with having a roundabout if it's 80% safer, because I know I got a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old, and one day they're going to be driving on it. And if there's an 80% chance that my kid's not going to get in an accident there, I want to hear it. Thanks.
Copy that. So it sounds, Councilman Johnson, you got a
Mayor, just for clarity purposes, though, I mean, and probably for staff, because I'm just wondering, you know, we don't have an in-house traffic engineer, we outsource it. So what is the definition of looking into, right? Is there a budget allocation that we're going to spend to do some conceptual drawings, conceptual, you know, preliminary traffic studies, or is it just staff opinion and what intersections, right? I think it's a broader.
So more so staff's opinion. I've already spoken with the city manager on all these topics that I'm about to bring up, but as we know, per our ordinance, we have to come across council. So before I'm looking to move in any direction, just wanted to have that conversation as we're supposed to per the ordinance. But yes, really it's about the, staff's opinion. If Mr. Morton feels comfortable, since we have consensus, he can talk to his opinion now a little bit or if you want to wait.
I won't share everything tonight, just because we've got some challenges we need to overcome, but Mr. Brinkley, you want to come up and give a real high-level summary of where we're at? We've been looking into, Jason, you want to catch those folks? ITS and traffic signaling, reprogramming of cabinets, and so I just want to kind of give you a status where we're at and then see maybe where we go from there, to your point, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director. Generally, roundabouts come to be recommended as a part of the PD&E portion of the process. So if you recall, any major road project or construction has three major components: the PD&E, which is the project design and engineering study, then you have the actual design of it, and then you have the construction phase. So when we say, hey, we've got traffic issues in this corridor or on this road, the first step is for us to say, let's do a PD&E to find out what our options are and what is the recommended solution there. So that is where roundabouts are brought to our attention, and basically what I'm hearing is that this council would be okay with us bringing them forward as a potential solution when we identify them in the PD&E. It's not a strict no, we only want signalization. We'll be okay with bringing those forward, so.
Thank you. I think I have a question, Councilman Hammer.
And doesn't it also reduce the cost of an intersection by like 70% because there's no signalization?
The difference is generally their signalization is less to build up front, but harder to maintain and more expensive to maintain over time. Roundabout is more expensive to construct up front, but less maintenance costs over time. Thank you. Christine's husband it's his birthday, so she has the night off. She's usually my yes or no, and John got, okay. Tonight's John.
Well, thank you for looking out for Christine
Yeah.
on her husband's birthday, buddy. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. With the update of our LDC, well, thank you, Council. Thank you, everybody. With the update of our LDC, two other areas I would like for us to look into is parking minimum reform. If you look at the Walmarts, if you look at the Winn-Dixie Plazas, all that concrete for minimum commercial, I feel we should look into revising that, whether it's removing it totally or reducing it. But parking minimums have caused so much more concrete and so much less commercial, so much less green space. I looked into the origin of parking minimums, and it was pretty much just them winging it back in the day. And so with realizing that, I'm like, hey, we're doing the LDC revisions. Let's look into parking minimum reform, whether it's removing it totally so we can get more commercial and keep more green space, or utilize low impact development in some manner. Let's do it. So that's another one, parking minimum reform. All right.
I'll start with you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Mayor. So my only comment, I guess, a lot of those larger functions like Lowe's and Home Depot and Walmart's, they typically have those out parcels for like future construction that may or may not be leased yet or may or not be sold yet, that they typically pave and then then try to lease later for, like Sonic that was built in front of Walmart as an example. I think the bigger issue in the land development code is the open space requirements. I have a fear just with parking in certain situations, like if you have a small strip center that may be a cell phone store and later it's converted to a doctor's office, and you can cause problems down the line not having enough parking in certain areas. So I'm not saying a hard no on looking at the parking, but I would be more pushing the open space requirements.
Okay.
Especially on the commercial components and industrial components.
I'm also with that as well too. I had spoken with staff about that, but that wasn't on but I'm with you on that, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so maybe we go in that direction?
I would like to go in both directions. Yeah, I would like to go in both directions.
Okay.
Well, not both directions. I would like for both of us to go in the same direction. But yes, sir.
Yeah, no.
Yes, sir.
Tackle both.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, the deputy mayor brings up some really good points, but also to Councilman Johnson's point, it's like, if a business is building itself, they're obviously going to want parking, and if they're saying, hey, man, I don't need that much parking, then you got to wonder what are we doing? We're kind of holding them back, or like you said, we're preventing some other commercial or green space or whatever, because it's not a permeable surface, and I'll learn about that. So, yeah, I'm in favor.
Yeah, no, I hear what, and Deputy Mayor Jaffe mentioned what happened at Sonics, but I think Lowe's did the same thing with Waffle House, right? They created that whole new intersection and moved them out of the way and stuff, so, and they were in a parking lot. So you got thumbs up there, and so next one.
Next one, reduce setbacks. Yeah, something, I don't know how we fix that, but something needs to be done. That's why I just want to at least punt the ball to city management so they know that we want them reduced. I don't know how to resolve it myself. I'm not the subject matter expert, but definitely would love to hear Deputy Mayor Jaffe's point on.
Yeah.
Setbacks on just commercial you're talking about
Yes.
specifically?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be in favor of it if it was, commercial to commercial, not commercial to residential.
Residential,
And
yep.
I'd be open to commercial and multifamily, multifamily as well. And then building height, a lot of times has to, line of sight of the building and building setbacks come into line as well. So if we reduce the setbacks, there should be discussions on the maximum height of the building as well, so the neighboring building isn't towering over the complex next door.
Yes, sir.
But I know, for example, there's some really prime commercial real estate on Minton Road across from Mark's Auto and Tire that backs up to an elementary school, and it's very, very narrow, and it's preventing that gentleman who has done a lot of wonderful projects in the city since the 80s, including the Winn-Dixie complex, from building a strip center there because the setbacks are too wide or too deep. So I support your initiative, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, commercial to commercial, yeah. So I think you got consensus there too. What do you got, 10 items here
No,
tonight?
last one. Last one, I want to give staff direction or, consensus to at least have conversations with Brevard County in regards to our libraries, how we can revitalize and bring more life to them, find ways to get STEM more involved in there, or get Brevard Public Schools more involved in there, to get families back in there. Even when I go in the libraries now, all the kids are on the computers. That's all it is. So I'm not sure how we get there, or if we can do some type of innovative hub. This one was more several of the ideas I'm bringing up now were from my son, the one who comes here to council meetings. But we want, when you get a kid to read, you change everything. And we got to get the kids off the phones, got to get the parents off the phones too. So that's what I'm saying, the families. And what we got to get them like Bill Batten. He has no internet or nothing really. but I'm saying we got to bring people back together, to your point, Mayor. So I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if they have some ideas or where we go from that, but just at least starting that conversation with the county to see what we can do with the property right behind us.
So you wanna collaborate with the county, Brevard County libraries and the Brevard County School Board? See how they can collaborate to see what innovation they could come up with.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's all.
I'm good. Consensus?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we got a huge homeschooling community, and so that's a bigger resource nowadays, I think, than it used to be. So absolutely.
Okay, you got consensus there as well. Does that conclude? Was that item 10?
I'm done, man.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. I have to make an announcement that I'll be attending the Florida League of Cities Leadership Academy May 14th and 15th in Orlando. I wanted to touch again on the mention I made earlier about starting a land trust, conservation land trust. Call it the Palm Bay Land Trust or whatever, staff comes up with, if council has a consensus to explore this. But a couple different paths to mention, as I did earlier, we're sitting on a ton of surplus real estate, and, we just recently awarded the broker services to begin identifying those parcels of land and the value. And I believe that if they determine land that isn't valuable or doesn't have the highest and best use, that we immediately allocate that money to the land trust for conservation and perpetuity that can never be built on. And other areas of land throughout the city and even in the compound be designated to the trust for mass stormwater retention for future project planning and parks and walks and trails. And then offer the ability in the land development code, if we do not get rid of the open space requirements, that developers can actually buy credit in the land trust to minimize their open space requirements and
That's
to use that as a mechanism to fund the land trust. So those are just some ideas. I'm sure others will come out of it from staff and Mr. Morton, but just wanted to see if you guys had an appetite
Yeah,
to explore that.
I'm good with that, sir.
Cool.
And I'm looking downrange. Yeah, so they'll, yeah. All right, so you got it.
All right. Another item that came to me upon your retirement, Mayor, congratulations. But I wanted to see if council had the appetite to discuss publicly changing the meeting schedule to match what the county and the school board does to 1 a.m. meeting and 1 p.m. meeting on a monthly basis.
1 a.m.?
9 a.m.?
Oh, I think you said 1 a.m.
Yeah,
Oh.
one quantity meeting.
Got it, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, how I proposed that, I was trying to get the hours changed to 6 p.m.
Yeah, but you're retired now, sir.
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I had a hard time when they moved it. But yeah, I guess 9 a.m.
So I'm approaching it as a Doge effort, again, for the city, because look at the amount of staff that's here right now at 8 o'clock. We've had several meetings that have gone till midnight when we extended past curfew. And so that would allow staff to work their job as a normal person during the daylight, the sunlight. And again, the county commissioner conducts business this way, the school board conducts business this way, and just wanted to see if we could get this on the agenda for public input and make a decision from there.
Okay. Well, we have others that work during the day, so I want to hear from them.
Yeah, I could do it once a month. And then obviously, if it got to if all five of us agree tonight, depending on future elections or future people getting jobs, we'd obviously have to have it open to be able to bring it back to at nights. But as long as, we're all good with it now, I'm good with it.
I think we're gonna get a lot of feedback about this. A lot of people want to attend these meetings after they get off of work.
Yeah.
And I love the effort. I really hate keeping our staff here as late as we do sometimes. Sometimes we're here, I've seen people walk out of here when the sun came up before, and I get it, I understand it, but I don't think we are going to get a thumbs up from the people that put us in these seats.
Copy that, Councilman Johnson?
So I'm on both sides. I hear Deputy Mayor Jaffe on this, but I also hear Councilman Hammer on it. For the sake of hearing that input, I'm open to considering. And we'll be that as it may, so.
Yeah, I guess I'm old school. I've been here 38 years, and Councilman Hammer is from here. And maybe there'll be a time when there'll be daytime meetings, right? But I remember when it was going to go from 7 to 6. And there were a lot of residents that really didn't want that. And I certainly knew from 7 to 6, or it was 7 o'clock and it went to 6 p.m. And I knew it was so difficult for me when I had to take that trek from Viera. And there's many other people that are having a hard time traveling. So I'm not comfortable, although now I do have the time. But I'm not comfortable doing that unless the citizens overwhelmingly would want to do this. But and the reason I feel that way is because we're changing it on a dime, and I'm not comfortable with that. Now, for me personally, I think it would make sense. I don't think the city's there yet. When you talk about Brevard County, those individuals have the opportunity where their salaries are a little more than what we all earn here. And so future councils are going to have to maintain another job to serve. And so that I have to weigh all those options. right now it sounds good because, hey, man, I could free up my evening but it's not about me. It's about serving the community and when the public wants to come and address their council. So I prefer we stay with the nights. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I work too, so I would be
Right.
making a sacrifice, and I'm agnostic either way. I'm completely content keeping the meeting schedule as is. Our council policies say we have to conduct 2 meetings a month. I was just throwing the idea out there for discussion, and I'd really, would only support it if we had a unanimous consensus, not a majority. And then, if we did move forward with it, it would be something that I would suggest that we don't implement until the fourth quarter of this year. So announcements could be made, or even, the third quarter of this year, that announcements could be made, and it wouldn't be something that was just whiplashed immediately into effect after the vote takes place.
Copy that. I have got Councilman Langevin that's wanting to weigh in.
Yeah, Mayor, and yeah, as we've said, it would have to be unanimous. But just to play devil's advocate, he's suggesting we do one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And for every person that, really likes to come in the evening, well, we're a city of 150,000 and we're missing a few people of our residents right now. So I'm sure there's probably people that work at night or don't like to stay up this late. They prefer early risers. So it does, just to play devil's advocate, it could give an opportunity for a whole nother demographic of residents that don't come to the night meetings that may be more inclined to come to a day meeting. So just to throw that out there.
Copy that. Okay, I don't know where we're at. I didn't
am.
count the votes on this one.
I think we're going to find out if people like this or not.
Okay.
So I'm okay with hearing what people are going
Okay.
to say and then
Okay.
bringing it back next council meeting for discussion. Obviously, people are going to speak in the community. It can even possibly be something we put on the website for discussion. Maybe Matt brings it up in his coffee with the city manager. Just start having discussion and we bring it back. But me, myself, I can get the time off. But we do need to realize those people that we're discussing that are doing it during the day, that's their full-time job. So this isn't ours. We are part-time here at City Council, and we do have to have other jobs, and it would definitely have to be something that I bring up to not only my work, but my children, because I drop them off at school in the morning, and if I'm dropping my kid off at 8:30, I'm not going to make it here by 9. And I mean, I'm 6 miles away, but I'm not going to make it here in 30 minutes in the morning. I would like to hear what people have to say about it, but I can assure you they're not going to be happy.
Does that conclude your?
Just
comments
the
you got?
last,
Okay.
we had a wonderful day today. Congratulations, Chief Spears. It was just an amazing ceremony and extremely well-spoken. Just in my short time serving on council, just my interaction with you has just been you've just been first class and completely professional. And some of the greatest things that I've experienced with you is, you always have the ability to answer your phone. If you don't, you call back right away. Extremely responsive on emails to me and to the residents. And, that just shows a lot of who you are and how much you're willing to put on your plate. And someone like me who's very, very busy, I respect your time, and I know you're busy, and I'm just really grateful that you're our next chief of police. So thank you.
So I guess I'll start where you left off. Really proud of the fact that we have someone that was born and bred here in the great metropolis of Palm Bay. Although I tend to debate the fact that he wasn't born in Palm Bay. He was born in Melbourne, because Palm Bay does not have a birthing suite yet, which I've spoken to Health First about. But technicalities, be that as it may, we're really proud of you, Deputy Chief, to be part of a Police Explorer, and you actually set this site as a child. It speaks a great credit upon you and everything you've gone through I know that as I grew up, it took the Marine Corps for me to grow up. But you matured at an early age, and how indicative was it that he had all his elementary school, well, there were 10 of his elementary school teachers in attendance just to witness this chain of command. That speaks volumes on you and each, my teachers, they probably would run away. But for them to be all in attendance to support you, sir, was a really joyful sight to see. We're all very proud of you. We know that you're going to rely a lot on your family, and we're quite proud of the fact that you are responsive, as Deputy Mayor Jaffe said. There doesn't come a time where we need something from you or I call you, and if you can't pick up, whether you're working out, yeah, you're a workout man. But you always call back. You tend to call back, and you're very responsive. I'm proud to know you, and I've got some pictures of when we both look a little younger. I think I had a little bit of hair back in the day. So I'm really glad that you're our chief of police, brother, and I was glad to see that every member on this dais was at your event. That speaks volumes on the support that you have from not only this dais, but the community as a whole. So thank you, congratulations. I'll end my comments there because I know we're going to have a report here. I wanted to cover some other things, but I'm going to yield my time because we had 10 items that we discussed already. So we'll go ahead and yield to Mr. Morton. I know that we've got a collaboration opportunity.
We got a couple things going on. First of all, we do want to just tail on, wouldn't be remiss to welcome Chief. Look forward to long, productive working relationship, and it has been a pleasure. We're also welcoming David Gregan on board.
Yes, Major. United States Marine
finally
Corps
here.
Major.
We're glad, we're very glad he's here. Staff's very glad he's here. Thank you, sir, for coming, and welcome aboard. There's two items that you may have conspicuously noticed are absent from this agenda that we were asked to bring back, and I'm going to tell you it wasn't intentional. We just needed a little more time. One was the garbage conversation in respects to billing, but we decided to broaden that conversation because we've had some remarkable things happen from, I don't want to give it away, but when I started here, I learned right away when I was doing my due diligence that we were $1.5 million minimum in the hole subsidizing our garbage enterprise. And we are looking on track to break even this year. We are doing some phenomenal work. Thank you, Kevin and the team.
That's what's up.
Yep, but we want to give you the holistic conversation. Second of all, you did ask for a conversation regarding SHIP and housing. Similarly, we just needed some more time. That will come back to the next meeting as well. I do have a written report on economic development, which I am happy just to get consensus on, unless you'd like me to read that into the record. I just put it in there in writing because it was a lot of material. Is that yes, we're ready, or yes, you want me to read it?
Go ahead, read it.
Okay. Honorable Mayor and Council, I would like to raise for discussion a concept that I believe could further distinguish Palm Bay as a business-friendly, forward-looking, and innovative city, the creation of a business collaboration center within City Hall. The idea is straightforward. The city would explore establishing a shared office and meeting space model where many chambers of commerce, small business support organizations, resource partners, and other aligned entities could maintain a part-time or rotating presence within a city-guided business collaboration hub. This space is where we are currently establishing the SBDC. Thank you again for that. They just won a national award for their activities. It's amazing. An economic development hub, SCORE, as we talked about, the Society of Retired Executives, and they'd all be located on the first floor in the old utility billing office in City Hall. Thank you, Gabriel, for vacating the space. Rather than functioning as a traditional lease arrangement, the concept would operate more like a professional shared workspace or office share environment, specifically designed to foster interaction, coordination, and direct business engagement. The model is going to be service-driven, in other words, driven by clients or prospective clients. We're not going to be charging our partners any lease space or providing any resources other than what we already do, which is keep the lights on and keep the heat on, and in the summer, of course, the air conditioning. I believe there are several advantages. It's going to help reposition the city as a more than a place of regulation and more than a place of process, which was the same goal we had with Eat to the Beat. We want to engage our community more than when you have to come pay a bill or make a complaint. It would also become a visible point of connection, assistance, and partnership for our ever-growing business community and the business community we hope to attract. Second, by providing the ecosystem, again, back to that Marion Ewing Kaufman ecosystem conversation, we're going to co-locate many chambers, many business resource providers, and other economic development partners in a shared setting, Palm Bay is looking to create a more collaborative environment with more opportunities for referrals and what's known as business collisions. This leads to new investments, new business support activity, and stronger relationships. The idea being when you get the bankers, the investors, your chambers, your regulatory professionals, your entrepreneurs, your mentors and coaches in the same space, they talk and they start to learn things from each other and they start to motivate each other. And I think lastly, I'll leave it here. There's a lot more to read, but I think it's going to send a broader message that you guys are serious. We're willing to think differently about how local government supports entrepreneurship. We're willing to reimagine what business growth looks like in the city of Palm Bay, and we're also not waiting to act on economic development.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are there any comment cards on this one?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So council, don't even buzz in. I'll just weigh in. Council, I'll start with Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. One of the many complaints, one of the bigger complaints that I got running for office was our business friendliness, and particularly towards small businesses. So I think the city manager and his team have come up with certain things already, and they have some more things down the pipe to make us a more business-friendly city. And obviously, we all agree we need more commercial, we need more jobs. I mean, that's not really an argument. So these type of steps that they're taking are the steps that we need to get our city where businesses want to come here and they want to do business with us. So I appreciate the city manager and his staff for working on this, and I support it 100%.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
I will echo that, but on the backside of that, I would like to add the work that we've done so far. From what I'm being told, we do have a growing commercial advancements since our council has taken our seats. And I would like to I don't know if there's a number we can share that our commercial growth has done in the last year, but I would really like to see if there's, say, if we've grown 19%, if we've grown 15% in commercial since we've started becoming more bringing business in here. We need business, we want business. Is there any kind of growth that we can show? And then I would like to have that to show what our growth is after bringing them in, because numbers don't lie. So I would like to be able to give factual numbers to people when the discussions are had, and be able to show our growth on paper, not just, I mean, anybody can say we're growing, but when we can show on paper we are growing, that helps out a lot.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Nothing else to add, Mayor, other than let's get the chamber in there as well. All right.
He did say
Yeah.
that.
So let's get it across the finish line. That's all.
Yes, sir, he did mention the
Yeah,
chamber
yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, and depending on how the results of the commercial statistics go, I wouldn't be discouraged right away, just because deal flow and pipeline and things take time. We see how long it takes to get a variance and a permit in Palm Bay. So, let's not be discouraged if the results don't look strong yet. They will be. But I do support this initiative.
No, and I support it as well. And I'm on the other side there, sir. I really believe there is a trend that we are increasing in our commercial. But I will say that I love what Councilman Hammer wants wrapped into this is let's start showing those numbers. And I think that's where he's going. He means by that. On the other side, you're right. It does take a while for those numbers to start funneling through. But I do believe that there has been some increase. I've noticed it myself within our community. But I think this is a great opportunity to collaborate with these businesses. When you mention SCORE, when you mention SBDC, all these small business organizations, all they're going to do is enhance these other local businesses and opportunities for to increase our commercial base here locally and encourage others. This should be like kind of like an incubator right in there as well. So yeah, I like this initiative. You've got a unanimous approach to this. Congratulations, Mr. Morton. We're really proud of the work that you've done and your team, Dr. Robinson and Jason DiLorenzo. at the same time, so thank you.
Thank you for the unanimous support. I'm going to throw it right back at you guys because it's truly by your leadership and your mentorship that we're making these moves. So I'm thankful for that you guys are aggressive in these great ideas for business and collaboration. Second of all, in respects to the data, you guys also made an excellent move in bringing SBDC in. They are going to be an excellent data partner. That's one of their specialties. And apparently, they just hired Tina Land. She was a We Venture board member. She starts on April 5th, and I think she does a lot of data work. So we're going to start having some of that good data. And by Deputy Mayor Jaffe's leadership and others on council, I'll bring a report back next council meeting, but we solved another major problem towards eliminating what we call the zone of discard and making it easier for businesses to invest and reinvest in areas of our city instead of leaving our city or going to new places. So really thank you all for your energy and attention to that. My last item, Mr. Arend was in my head apparently, but knowing that the PCI or the arbitrage conversation, the first thing I said, I was in DC, so I wasn't here to ask for it. That's why it's showing up in my officer's report. And I came back, I read the agenda, and I said, I just know what the logical question is going to be. If we're going to talk about arbitrage related to GO roads, where are we at with the PCI index? And so what we have tonight is not the full report, but I did ask Kevin to remind us why we paused it, what we've done and what we are doing, and what these next steps are, and when you're going to see it finally come back in its full version. So, Mr. Brinkley, thank you so very much.
Good evening. Thank you, Kevin Brinkley, Public Works. I will be very concise, but we have, since the last council meeting, we have gotten back the data from the PCI test that we did. So I wanted to share a quick update with you guys. So 2017, it got kicked off with our first PCI reading. 2019 through 2025, we've completed about 60% of our road network. And then in 2025, during the pause, I came before you in November of 2025 to say we should update our PCI. They started rolling in January of this year. They collected all the data, and then it took them about 2 months to put it together for us and just got it to us. So I wanted to show you some pretty cool advancements that have occurred in the industry and something that we have access to. We now have access to this tool called the Inform Dashboard. We can remotely analyze any segment of our pavement from this dashboard online. And I took a screenshot of it just to kind of share with you guys and show you what it looks like for us and a tool that we'll have at our disposal. On the left side of the dashboard, you see a map of the city where the roads are color-coded based on their PCI score. Anything in the yellow to red spectrum is rated at 60 or below. Remember, PCI is a scoring of 0 to 100, 0 being not really a road, 100 being perfect, probably just laid. So anything 60 or below is what you see as yellow or red. Anything in the green hue is between 60 and 85, and then anything that's blue is 85 to 100. I placed a cursor on Malabar Road in front of City Hall so that you can see on the right side of the screen, there's the image from the forward-facing camera on the vehicle. Below that's the table of all the associated road segments, and something that's really unique is in the right-hand side. I know it's hard to see, but I'm just trying to point it out to you guys. The right-hand side is the actual downward-facing camera with all of the types of distresses labeled on it that the AI is picking up. So this is something that we did not have back in 2017, and this is a new tool that will probably be of great value to the city, and we're pretty excited to, we're just getting into it now and playing around in it, but we're pretty excited. In my previous presentation, I shared that the average score for all of our road network in 2017 was 68. That is what's in the table at the bottom of the screen. So I know it's kind of hard to see, but just trust me on that one. So 68 was the average score in 2017. What you see on the left is our entire road network with its current score, and on the right is another map of the city, but I've filtered out all of our roads except for the ones that score at 68 or below. So if you can imagine, back in 2017, most of our map would have looked like the one you're seeing on the right-hand side. But thanks to the Go Roads program, it's actually only about, and this is my math looking at the program for the first time, but it's only about 14% of our road network scores at or below what our average was back in 2017. So Go Roads has made a lot of progress. You'll also notice that a lot of the roads that are showing up on the right are in phases 4 and 5, which are the phases that were not completed before the pause. So there's a little bit of correlation there. But the fact that only 14% of our roads are scoring at or below the average from before is pretty significant for us. Now that we've received our PCI, what's next? We've had a period of inactivity. There's no road maintenance or no road paving that's happened over the past several months. And I wanted to speak with you guys because there will be a continued pause in activity while we move on to this next phase, which is what I presented to you in November, but we kind of wanted to share this, like, this is a kind of a milestone. We've gotten the PCI back. We've now got access to this data where our staff can look at it anytime they have an issue or get a call about a road. And this milestone then takes us to the next phase, which is working with a third-party vendor to come up with the master plan of how to move forward. If you remember from back in November, I said we're going to focus on ADT, which is average daily traffic, look at the roads that are most heavily traversed but have not yet been repaved. We're going to keep MAV in mind, maximum allowable volume. I don't want to use the GO Road funds to repave a road if I'm going to be tearing it up in 5 to 7 years to widen it or something like that. So it's a daunting project that lies ahead. We're talking with Kimley Horn and with David, our new procurement director. We're going to be working on coming up with a contract in the near future. We're at the final stages of putting that together. And then they will be tasked with coming up with that master strategy of what we should do next with the remaining funds and in what order. We're, of course, telling them to keep in mind different procurement methods than we've used in the past, looking at other municipalities for best practices. So we've put a lot on their plate, or we will be putting a lot on their plate, but they're very capable, and we're very confident in what we'll come up with. That will be, they will need roughly 3 to 4 months to come up with that plan, to take this data, because the first step, actually, what we're tasking them with is look at the PCI data that we've gotten and work with the vendor that provided it to make sure that it is accurate. There are some roads that are showing up as excellent that we may find questionable, so our staff might, they're already bringing up road segments that they want to double look at. So one of the quality control and quality check is one of the first tasks that we're going to ask the vendor to do. But then in the end, our plan is to come back with, in the fall of this year, with a strategy for here's how we should move forward. Here are the roads in the order that they should be done, and bring it to the Infrastructure Advisory Board and then to council. And I would be remiss, the average PCI was 68. I didn't share that earlier. It's actually 86 now. The modern PCI shows 86 is our average score, so significant improvement.
I got a question, I believe, from Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, but just an alternative idea, alternative suggestion. Instead of hiring Kimley Horn, recommendation would just be, just put this out to bid with a budget to the larger paving contractors and say, hey, you guys provide us a plan. How do we get this done with the budget that we have left? And bypass the money that we're going to spend $500,000 to Kimley Horn. Just be my recommendation.
I will definitely, I'm meeting with David tomorrow, so not just a meet and greet, David, we're going to get to work.
It's almost like a design build type process, right?
Yes.
So
I think it's great. Great idea. Let's look into it. Yeah.
So I've got Councilman Hammer.
Did you happen to see any roads pop up needing to be paved that we paved already?
I can't honestly tell you that I've dug into it, needing to be paved, that have been paved already. Not off the top of my head. And I did kind of look around, like some of the, like, for instance, if we've had a pipe break in a road, it's obviously not going to score as good as the roads that had been repaved and nothing has happened. So I was kind of poking around trying to see where that has occurred or not. I mean, I did notice a lot of new development along the roads that had previously been, I believe, dirt roads or really poor roads. There were a lot of vacants around them in 2017, but ironically, when we repaved them and increased the quality of the road, it attracted building in the area. So we did notice a few things like that. But
Okay, yeah, I'd like to have that included in there to see if any of the roads that we've paved are failing, because that's when we need to start addressing our vendor who did pave them, because they should be able to last at least this long. So that's one thing that I wanted to look at. And another thing was, I spoke to our city manager about it before, but I would like to mill up the compound and use the millings for our road program. Those roads aren't being used. Everybody that goes out there usually uses trucks, or if they're out there without a truck or a dirt bike, they probably shouldn't be out there. So I don't see anything wrong with milling up the compound and using the millings for the road program. But I don't know if we're allowed to do that. So, yeah.
So, Kevin, right along that same vein, first of all, I think that Deputy Mayor Jaffe's got a pretty good suggestion. I don't know if Dave and yourself can work on that issue, but it seems like a common sense approach to see, you put out you put out a bid on that. To Councilman Hammers about the milling, we do have plans out in the compound. I wouldn't want to ruin what we're targeting at that point, but maybe a certain area about, getting those millings. He may have something there. I don't know if we can do that. But certainly, as far as I'm concerned, I think it'd be wise for us to look at it the way Deputy Mayor Jaffe spoke. If we could get that, right off the back, seems like a good common sense approach to that. But I wanted, Councilman Johnson was, Councilman Langevin? No, I'm good. Okay, Councilman.
Yeah, no, I was right there. I'm a co-sign, get on board with you and Deputy Mayor Jaffe, because I was thinking design build as well. It's shown that it works, and that way we're not having change orders and anything like that, so I'm all for that. My other thing, I wanted to refer to the city attorney. Let me step back. Refer to the city attorney because, to your point, Councilman Hammer, we have a window of opportunity when these roads are paved to recoup anything from them, and she can speak to the past of, Madam Attorney? Yep, go ahead,
Yeah.
please.
Well, we have to look at the roads and what because for the roads, we decided what we were going to do. So some of the roads we may have paved, for example, we may have decided instead of doing a full depth reclamation, which maybe it needed, that we were going to do something lesser. But if we do something lesser, it lasts less time. So we'd have to look into why it is that a road that we did may need to be redone. It may have something to do with our choice of how we decided to treat the road. And if that is the case, we came up with that, and the vendor would have only been doing what we told him to do, so we'd be responsible for what our choice was.
But, and Mr. Brinkley, right along, you and I have discussed where I feel some of Jupiter Boulevard, and it was just recently paved. We're talking about right before the canal, and there's some failures there, right? Obviously, we're out of warranty or whatever, but that could be a full depth reclamation. I don't know, but I've described to you where they are. So going to what Councilman Hammer mentioned is some of these are failing. And we recently paved them. When I say recently, I say within the last 2 years or so. Those need to be looked at as well.
Yes, sir. And in that vein, one of the things that we are going to be looking at is, and we would be asking Kimley Horn to, as a part of the scope, would be to assess the areas where we've been doing ongoing maintenance after they were repaved. So tell us whether or not the treatment methods that we're using are effective or not. Should we have expected a lower PCI, and we're still, in the high blue range in those areas. So that would show us that it is an effective tool. So we're also back testing all of our maintenance methods with this data.
One more thing, Mayor.
Carry on.
And this can be for you, Madam Attorney. When the city isn't in the wrong and the vendor designed or did a poor road, we can go after them in regards to recouping, what's the term? Help me out. Yeah.
Yes, and typically in the cases where it wasn't our choice, but it was truly something with the vendor where their work was defective, we would review it certainly once it's done and at the end of the bond period, before the bond period would expire, and then have them redo or fix anything that is wrong.
But there's a time stamp on how much time we have to go after it.
Yes,
Yeah.
what we typically do, which is why we go out and inspect before the actual bond period is over.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, brother. Is that good enough, Mr. Brinkley? You done? Mr. Morton, any additional reports?
Just lastly, really quick, I'm sorry, I know it's getting late. Thank you for the opportunity to go to Washington DC with the Space Coast Partners, our Economic Development Commission. It was I sent you a separate written report, an incredibly productive couple of days, meeting with all our state and federal representatives. Just outstanding, met with our industry roundtable partners, and I will say ironically enough, and I think I may have mentioned all this to you, but sitting with our roundtable partners in terms of the employers and what prospective employees are looking for, and the conversation came up several times about more diversity of housing stock, and specifically executive homes on larger lots. Dare I say the actual phrase 1 acre lot was mentioned. So I just wanted to bring that up tonight. And thanks to the Honorable Ashley Moody, Honorable Rick Scott, and of course our own Congressman Mike Karadopoulos, who gave us almost 40 minutes of his time, which no one else did, even close to that. No shade at anybody, but he just was so dialed in on Brevard County issues, where we're going, what we need. It was absolutely fantastic, as well as meeting with, the team met with FAA, NASA, just a great trip and a great opportunity to promote Palm Bay in that environment. It was fantastic. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Thank you for going out to DC. But I want to hear this notion again, just for the record. So when you're sitting there amongst leaders in Washington DC, and we're talking about economic development, 1 acre lots was mentioned, estate homes. Can you please elaborate so that the viewing community can hear that?
So absolutely, we were sitting. We shared our needs.
Pay attention, sir.
There was about a 2-hour meeting at the Hall of States in DC, which is where a lot of states' governors have offices. Fascinating facility if you've never been there. It's also where media companies and things are located. But we listened for about they listened to us for about an hour about what our needs were and discussing how does Brevard County keep up with the launch cadence at NASA. This is at the Cape. This is how our economy is going to function. We're operating in many instances on Apollo-era infrastructure, and now we're asking for 140 or more launches a year. And so it's natural gas delivery, it's talent pipeline, it's infrastructure, it's transportation. All these issues work together, and the county together, we need to solve them and all take ownership, right? Then we spent an hour listening to them about what they need to continue to have healthy and robust talent pipelines. We talked about the importance of developing community identity, community amenity, community infrastructure, and then the topic of the age and diversity of housing stock, and specifically this idea of larger homes on larger lots to support not just the aerospace manufacturers, young folks who are starting in the industry, but also the necessity of them attracting their executives and higher end leadership to these communities as well to build their ecosystem, not just of supply chain and workers, but having places where those folks want to live. And they did mention, I guess recently, and I don't know the name, I'd be remiss, but it's up by Cocoa on the river, and I think it was a 30-lot big home subdivision, and it sold out. I think it's very near the police museum, as I recall the conversation, and it sold out before it even went vertical with these types of homes where the Blue Origin and the Lockheed was a participant in that conversation. Others, homes for those folks to live.
Wow. Well, Councilman Johnson, you've been here the longest on the dais. I just wanted, for the record, how long has the mayor been talking about these estate lots, these 1 acre lots, sir?
I'll say since day one.
All right,
I'll
thank
say
you,
since day one,
sir.
yes,
So
sir.
for the record, I have my fellow council member agree. Thank you, Mr. Morton, for that report. Does that conclude your reports? Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Attorney? Okay. No additional reports. Thank you all. This concludes. We're adjourned.